Institute designs and delivers various programs in conjunction with various universities in helping the senior working professionals. When I say senior, typically from anywhere between 7 to 20 plus years work experience professionals move into product leadership roles. The institute also has short-term certification programs and also more recently digital programs around product management and data science being offered today. So with that, I would, as I said, it's a particularly and a very exciting day for me. I'd love to hear the topics and the speakers from the product community while we bring industry executives, thought leaders to give some actionable insights. It is good to hear from our own product community who have been working on various products, trying to make transitions, people who have made transition. So various perspectives on that. And to run this evening today, I want to introduce you to Muthu, who is the conference chair for us today. And Muthu is no stranger to product community, and he's no stranger to Institute of Product Leadership. He is currently a product leader at Intuit. Before that, he was in product roles in SAP. He's also an alumni of IPL, pursued the executive MBA program, and very active in the product community. He often takes the lead on organizing conferences, bringing people together, conducting discussions. And there we go. Say hi, Muthu. Yeah, we can all see you. And Muthu is also, by the way, a design thinking coach. He's also a great mentor. So, we can do a lot more in this country with folks like Muthu. So Muthu, can I request you to take over now and, take forward the proceedings today?
Sir, thank you, Sai, for the warm welcome here. Let me share my screen in here.
Yep.
Good evening, everyone. So as Sai just mentioned, we are getting up onto the open conference day in today's event. We did had a lot of great leaders and CXOs interacting with you over the festival already. But if you actually see, there's always a lot more that the community can do itself, do for itself, right? So there is always a special community flavor that comes in. The open conference is one such event, which is actually for the community and by the community itself. And these are the speakers from among you, and you had voted them to come onto the virtual stage today, right? So these are the topics that you prefer to have and you wanted to learn more. So what we just had more than 30 submissions and more than 2,000 votes that decided who is going to come onto the stage today. And specifically yesterday evening was actually a nail-biting situation between the topics, with the topics moving up and down with the number of votes that they had to do. So today we have the top 3 guys who not just managed to crack the right topic that the community wanted, but also did some serious growth hacking to get the number of votes that they had to come onto the stage today. And one such a great product leader, which I would like to call upon first, would be Subodh. Subodh would like to term himself as an evolving product manager, right? And he works for Schneider Electric, and he helps to roll out products and solutions for customers that manage the energy needs in the most efficient manner. And before I hand it over to Subodh for his topic, actually a quite interesting topic on mindfulness and how it plays a role with product management, I would like to remind you the folks here, please keep coming in all your questions at the LinkedIn thread that we have just posted in here. So here is the QR code for you. Please take a picture of it or just scan it and keep it ready. We would like to keep all the questions coming in through the thread so that we don't miss the questions. Through chat, it is very difficult to manage, but in the thread, it is open, and we will try to address all your questions. Thank you, and over to you, Subodh.
Thank you, Muthu. Hi, Sai.
Good to see you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
You've shown you're a growth hacker as well.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone who voted for me.
Yeah.
It was nail biting, just like Muthu said. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Yep.
Just give me a minute here. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Subodh, please.
All right, perfect. Okay, so welcome everybody. Thanks for joining me in this lovely session here today. And I'm going to be sharing whatever I know about mindfulness and how it could be helpful for product management. Right. So yesterday I happened to take my kids out to a lake near my home. Yeah, I mean, I know the lockdown has not been lifted off yet, but then I just couldn't keep them home. I had to take them out. So we visited a nearby lake. As you can see, you know, they have all their masks on and all of that. And they were very excited. They wanted to go get into the water and start fishing. Just a few meters away, there were a bunch of adults, probably people who live in the village nearby, with they had fishing rods and they were trying to fish, and they had no luck. And I kept discouraging my kids from getting into the water, obviously, because it's a little deep, and I didn't want them to, you know, fall into it. And I kept pulling them back. And ultimately, my older one decided that we will not play in this water here. We'll go to another pond which is nearby, right beside that lake, which is a much smaller one, and we'll play there. And I said, okay, we'll go there. And then we went there, and guess what they found there? They found fish, and not just one. They found several of them. And here's a picture of one that we pulled out of the water. Obviously, we put them back into the water for sure. But then we pulled it out of the water, and they were very excited. They were so excited because this was probably the first time they were holding fish in their hand. And while all this was happening, I was wondering, did the kids just get lucky, or did they intuitively know that there would be fish in that water there because the water levels are low and they'll be able to get in? I don't know what really happened, but I definitely know that the villagers and the guys who were standing around, they knew much better about that place than we did. But they were not at that lake or that small pond trying to pull the fish out of the water. And my kids were. And I kept thinking maybe it was luck, maybe it was intuition. I don't know. But what if there was a way to tap that intuition to unearth opportunities like the fish? This was what kind of came into my mind when I saw my kids do this. So when I start thinking about a project or a product manager, right? There's several hats that he's got to wear. You can see this slide here, which talks about it. And a product manager has to play the role of a psychologist, a detective, a scientist, because he has to accurately frame problems based on steady stream of thoughts and insights. He or she has to strategize, define, organize, prioritize solutions one over the other, and pick out the ones that actually drive results. And then at the end of the day, he or she also has to mobilize the team and bring the product to the market. Ultimately, that's what he's there for, right? To bring the product to the market. Now, when a product manager has to wear so many hats, how does he manage it? How does she manage it? Isn't it mind-boggling? You got to play so many roles, and isn't it mind-boggling? And that's where I thought mindfulness should help here, definitely. If we can mind the mind, I think definitely a product manager can do a much better job of wearing these different hats. So let's see how that's going to happen. So I'm not sure if you are aware, but a little bit of biology here. Okay, let me try. So our brains are actually has two parts to it. One part is the limbic brain, as you can see, and the other one is called as the prefrontal cortex. Now, the prefrontal cortex is the modern man's brain, right? And this is where a lot of, you can see some of the functions that I've listed down there: empathy, insight, body regulation, intuition, fear modulation, and all that happens. And the limbic brain is also called as the reptilian brain. This is the brain that we have inherited from our forefathers, from the caveman. And the only thing that this brain knows is either to fight or to flight or to freeze under a stress response. The moment someone startles you, your heartbeat starts going up, you feel like running, then that's the limbic brain doing its job there, right? So this is one aspect to our brain. So you should know about the prefrontal cortex and how the limbic brain operates and what they control. And then this is a very familiar picture about the left side of the brain and the right side of the brain. We're talking about the analytical brain, which is on the left-hand side. And then you have the creative side of the brain, which is the right-hand side, right? And as we learn how to become product managers, product designers, we start learning methods and practices like, say, task analysis, heuristic evaluations, information architecture, card sorting, rapid prototyping, A/B testing, user experience, customer experience, and whatnot. We have learned concepts like principles of good user interface, user experience, graphic design, and whatnot. And we run all kinds of experiments and use data to inform design decisions, to take informed design decisions. And we almost turned that act of designing now into a science. So much that innovation is often cast as now it's a process. Nobody calls it just innovation; it's innovation process. And terms like data-driven design, they've all become part of our vocabulary, right? And these parts of our brain have a very important role to play in how we become better product designers, how we become better product managers. So as I was thinking, these were some of the questions that came into my mind. So how might we acquire skills to become great designers? How might we become more focused so that we can deliver one or two key features that would be more useful? How can I recognize my cognitive bias and work around them to get better at what I do? How do I cultivate emotional intelligence, empathy, compassion, creativity? How do I do that? How do I become more innovative? And these are some of the things that, some of the aspects that a product manager probably struggles with every day. This is an everyday thing. And we might just have found the answer. Mindfulness is that, which can probably come to our rescue here, which can help us do a lot of these in a much more better way. And I will talk about each one of this in detail in my as we progress, right? So so what's mindfulness? Just to put a definition around it, it's the awareness that arises through paying attention on purpose in the present moment and non-judgmentally. Now, this is a definition that was put together by John Kabat-Zinn. He's one of the leading neuroscientists in America, and he has several programs that's based on mindfulness and meditation and whatnot to help CEOs and to help people generally get better at handling stress. So for me, mindfulness is all about being in the present moment, being here, being right now, and being non-judgmental about anything. And you must be wondering, how does this all tie up to product management? What does product management got to do with all of this? You will see in a bit. So there are several practices for mindfulness, right? So you have meditation, you have yoga, you can just power down everything, shut off all your electronic stuff, and take a long break, go to the mountains and do whatever. You can sweat it out, you can work out, you can exercise in the gym, you could do that as well. Or you could get lost in a book, or you could pick up a hobby. There are several such things that can actually help you become more mindful about yourself. But what tops the chart is meditation, and to a very large extent, yoga also. It's very popular these days. Right, so Andy Puddicombe, I'm not sure if you've heard this name, Andy Puddicombe. He is the founder of this company called as Headspace, which is an app-based meditation app. It's a meditation app. And apparently, he is one of the personal trainers of Bill Gates and Melinda Gates as far as meditation is concerned. He's someone who has practiced meditation for several years. And when he did his research on meditation, what he found was that close to 47% of the time, our minds are actually lost in thought. So the 47% of, there are about 60,000 thoughts that run in our mind every day, right? Out of which 47% of these thoughts are just lost in thought. They're mindless thought. They're just running. They're nothing doing. That's just not serving any purpose. And meditation is one such positive, practical, achievable, and scientifically proven technique that can actually help you become more mindful, right? So let's talk about what a product manager needs. What a product manager can take away from, say, a mindfulness session. The first one is focus. Now, to understand focus, there's something that we need to understand about the way we think. So broadly, there are two ways or two modes of thinking. One is the divergent thinking, and the other one is the convergent thinking. So divergent thinking, this is where you use the creative side of your brain. You let your thoughts go in all directions. You're scouting for ideas. Like you said, it's called brainstorming, as we call it, lateral thinking, if you want to call it that way. And then you have convergent thinking, where you're using specific logic. You're focused on a specific topic, a specific outcome, and you're looking for answers for that particular problem. You have surrounded by facts, using those facts, and you're focused on finding a solution for that particular problem. Now, how can mindfulness help this? So broadly, there are two kinds of meditation that we can observe. One is called as the focused attention meditation, and the other one is open monitoring meditation. And I've gathered this information from various books on meditation and various practices, and listening to a lot of and reading a lot of articles on meditation. And broadly, I could classify them as this focused attention and open monitoring meditation. So focused attention is where you focus on either your breath, or you focus on a certain object, or you focus on a certain thought. For Indians, probably it's a little more easy to focus on a certain mantra, right? So the idea is to build that part of your brain which helps you focus, helps you with your convergent thinking, right? And then you have the open monitoring meditation. This is my favorite. Why? Because open monitoring meditation is like you're letting your thoughts free. You're just letting them run around the way they want to. Where if you can compare focused attention to a highway where the traffic is less and you're traveling at high speeds, open monitoring is little like getting away from the highway into one of the roads in between. A little more traffic, but you're just sitting back and you're observing all the thoughts that are coming into your mind. Now, when you practice these two kinds of meditation, you're actually flexing the muscles within your brain, which have to do with divergent thinking and with convergent thinking. And both of these are required for a product manager to focus. It could be anything. And there are specific reasons where you would actually want to focus. Obviously, when you do convergent thinking, like I said, you're working on a certain problem. When you do divergent thinking, you're brainstorming. You're probably having let's say, an ideation session with your team. You want to do this. You want to do divergent thinking at that point in time. And open monitoring meditation can actually help you with that. Now, there are several methods and techniques that you can find on the internet and in the books with regards to how you want to do this meditation and what you want to focus upon. Choose whatever you will. But then make sure that you can pick up something that can help you with focused attention, and you also pick up something that can do with open monitoring. So this probably is a complex, let's say, a complex version of what focusing is all about, right? Here's a more simpler definition. This is what Steve Jobs had to say. He said, focus means saying no to 100 of other good ideas. Why? Because so that you can decide what makes sense to spend on what, time and energy on which idea, and what it doesn't make spend your time upon. So focusing means saying no to a lot of ideas. And I know as product managers, as CEOs, as leaders, how difficult it is to say no to ideas that come into our mind, especially when it's a baby that you care for. That's when it's your baby, when it's your idea, it becomes extremely difficult for you to say no. And there is a specific reason behind that as well, which I will talk about later, why we find it so difficult to say no. The Steve Jobs undoubtedly is probably one of the world's greatest product managers. And what I found out in his autobiography was that he was known for saying, throwing out ideas that his team members would come up to him with. He would just say no. He would just say no. And this is ultimately what he did, and this is ultimately where he got. Warren Buffett, he also had to say something similar. The difference between successful people and the real successful people are the ones who say no to almost everything. So why are these two, popular people talking about saying no, and why is saying no such a difficult thing? So this has something to do with a certain behavior of the human mind, which is known as cognitive bias. I'm going to play a short video here. Hopefully you can hear the audio. If you can't, you'll definitely be able to see the subtitles in the video. All right?
As part of an experiment to explore the human mind, we asked 22 people to solve the same riddle and recorded their responses. Feel free to participate also. Are you ready?
The riddle. A father is about to bring his son to a job interview, applying for a position at a large stockbrokers company in the city. Just as they arrive at the company's parking lot, the son's phone rings. He looks at his father, who says, "Go ahead, answer it." The caller is the trading company CEO, who says, "Good luck, son, you've got this." The son ends the call and once again looks at his father, who is still next to him in their car. How is this possible?
He gets a call from the CEO, but it says,
"Good luck, son."
But he was next to him.
So it's not the father.
I think it was probably an audio recording of his father.
Maybe he made a demo tape.
Like he has two fathers?
This is a hard one.
Maybe it's a word joke, like it's the grandfather of the son.
No, I think his name is Son.
I don't know.
Maybe it's just like an old man, calling a younger guy son.
I have no idea.
The answer. It's his mother.
Oh, that's so stupid. Yes, of course.
I should have thought of that, yes.
The CEO is a woman.
So I'm biased. In a sense. Is this about diversity and inclusion?
It's really mind-blowing, actually.
So I always thought that I'm not very sexist. But in spite of that, I think these subconscious biases are there in everyone's mind.
How much bias I still have in terms of thinking that the CEO needs to be a man.
Yeah, I definitely was picturing a man.
They identify with males more than females these days.
Why can't women also be CEOs or doctors or, right?
When I think about a CEO or someone that's high positioned within a company, I mostly think of men.
And it's a shame, I think.
And it's so weird, because I'm a CEO, and I'm a woman.
And I want to be a CEO. Why didn't I think about that?
Okay, I'm going to stop that video right there in the interest of time. So this is a cognitive bias. This is something that's been there in the back of our mind. It's always there, and it's very difficult to let go of. This is one of the cognitive biases. So like this.
As part of an experiment.
Hang on a minute. There you go. So like this, there are hundreds of cognitive biases. I'm going to pick up on a few of them, which is probably very relevant to a product manager. The first one is called sunk cost bias.
Subodh, just a quick time reminder there. Probably you have a minute to wind off, couple of minutes.
Sure.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Right. So the first one is sunk cost bias. And here we're talking about a tendency to commit to something that we have already invested resources in, and we don't want to give up on it because we've already spent a lot of money, and we don't want to do that, right? So that's a sunk cost bias. You're attached to something so much. And then there is a hindsight bias. This is about reasoning all the things that happened in the past and giving it a reason as to why it happened. And then we have the most notorious one, which is the confirmation bias, which is basically we like data that confirms our existing hypotheses and beliefs, and we discard the ones which challenge them, right? So that's more of a confirmation bias. Now, mindfulness can actually help you overcome that. There is something called as decision journaling. This is proposed by Daniel Kahneman, who's written this book called Thinking Fast and Slow, where he talks about getting into the details of the process of a decision when you actually make them, and start writing down the feelings that you go through when you make a decision. Now, how this helps is that the next time you're about to make a decision, you can actually go back to your past decisions and you can figure out what you are actually going through before making that decision. Helps you avoid that hindsight bias. The second one is avoiding multitasking. And the third one is definitely minding your vocabulary, using the choicest of words to convey your message, and being able to talk to your users in a language that they understand is very important to overcome this kind of a bias, and definitely developing a growth mindset. Right, so talking a little bit about emotional intelligence and empathy here. This is a roller cola which was relaunched, just a few months ago, or rather in October 2019. Parley actually came ahead and said that we'd like to relaunch this and we need 10,000 tweets. And when they actually went ahead and relaunched it, they got almost 200+ million impressions, 1.4 million engagements, and their sales this year is expected to touch 100 crores. Now, Parley didn't spend a rupee on market survey to bring this product back. All they did was to just publish that tweet there. And what they did was actually touch upon nostalgia, which is a very powerful emotion. So what's important for us as project managers is to not just notice the surface meaning of what our users want and why they are depicting a certain let's say factor like thinking or reasoning or decision making or logic, but what's the deeper meaning to it? What's the emotional factors behind it, the surprise, the anger, the happiness. We as product managers should be able to get down to ask those questions which can touch upon these deeper meanings. And when you recognize the deeper meanings, your user interviews are much more insightful, and you actually get to the root of the problem, and you basically create that feature that you really want. Right, I think another one slide or so, not more than that. Creativity is another important thing that we want to really take care of. Here's a quick explanation of the various steps of creativity. Preparation, where you use your divergent mind to think about all the various ideas. You use incubation, where you cut yourself off from the ideas. You step away, and then you try to let your mind figure out the best idea for you to pick up. That's incubation. Elimination is where you actually touch upon, you find out that particular idea which is the best, and you pick it up to develop it. And finally, verification, which is more of a reality check, which is more of a focused effort. So when you do mindfulness, or when you do meditation, when you do open, kind of meditation, right? It will help you with the preparation, the incubation, and the elimination part of your thinking. And the verification part will be helped by the focused way of meditation. And this is a picture of how the various brain scans. For the lack of time, I won't be able to explain it to you, but then it shows how brain activity changes depending upon the kind of meditation that you're performing. So my recommendation: try meditation before brainstorming. Get your team into a conference room, have a meditation session, and then get into brainstorming. And you will be surprised by the kind of ideas that they bring to the table. So mindfulness on the go, 10 minutes every day. Pick any kind of meditation that will help you. For people who are on the go and they don't have 10 minutes, then I say this is one simple practice that I pick up on, which is I keep asking this question: what am I doing right now? This basically helps me settle down. This basically helps me get present to what I'm doing right now and focus on this moment and doesn't let my mind wander. And the only way that this can actually help you, mindfulness as a product manager, is by practice. So having said that, I sincerely hope that all of you do well in your careers. You become more mindful of yourselves and the nature, and go fish for those opportunities. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Subodh. That was a great presentation indeed, and I see already several comments that that the participants really enjoyed the presentation. And yeah, in the interest of time, let me take quickly one question in here, and then we can move on to the next one, next presentation. So the question here is from Smithil. It is about, so we saw a lot of, the examples of how you are relating the external aspects and the intuition back into the product, right? So what principles would you recommend to derive product decisions based on intuition? Was the question.
Can you repeat that for me?
So what principles would you recommend to derive the product decision based on intuition?
Okay. All right. So unfortunately, intuition is something that's obviously very difficult, but then it's very difficult to tie it back to a product. We have to fall back upon practices that are part of product design. It could be user interviews. It could be A/B testing and whatnot. The various methodologies that we have within product management to arrive at such answers. If you ask me a percentage, I would say today it's probably 95% of following product management practices versus 5% intuition. But I would definitely say that when you meditate and when you practice mindfulness, the intuition within yourself definitely gets better and better, and that can actually feed into your inputs as far as your user interviews are concerned or product features are concerned. And you will need to get that validated. Whatever your intuition says and whatever you find from your intuition, the insight that you get from your intuition, you will need to get that validated for sure. You'll have to take it to the market, you'll have to take it to the users and see if they reverberate with that, if they resonate with that. If they do, then that is an immediate validation that your intuition worked for you. I hope I answered that question.
Yep. Perfect. Thank you, Subodh. I think that's a great one. And yeah, so a lot of those, what we are looking for, the answers just lies around us, right? And it is up to us. We have to find those fissures that is around us, and definitely followed by the metrics to make sure that we are actually going in the right direction.
Sure, someone is not being mindful.
Yeah, I think it's muted now. Perfect, cool. Okay, thank you, thanks a lot, Subodh.
Thank you, Muthu. Thank you, everybody.
Right. Let me get the screen back on, and let me go into the next presenter of the day.
Hi, Muthu. Just 1 second. Before we go to the next session, I would like all of you to take the feedback poll on your screen now. Thanks, Muthu.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, good. I see about 70% already voted. If you haven't voted, please do so. It helps us to curate the right content for you guys. Okay, so next up I have Teja with me. Teja is a lead consultant from Thoughtworks. He has a blend of business analysis, product management, and a software development background, and he has also been part of some large-scale implementations and as well as digital transformation initiatives. And today he's going to talk about why you should know your customer before you build your product. Over to you, Teja, and participants. Same request like before. Here is your the LinkedIn thread where you are supposed to vote. Please take a picture of it, scan this if you haven't done so yet. Thank you, and over to you, Teja. Teja, you have to unmute yourself.
I'm not able to unmute. Yeah, I think yes. Now I'm able to. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, good evening, everyone. And I'm pretty excited for this opportunity, and it's pleasure speaking at this event. And let me share my screen. And oh. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, and my topic for today is about knowing your customer before you actually build your product. And I would like to cover 3 different things and on this particular event, and why you need to know your customer and what you need to know and how it helps you to build a delightful product for your customers. Okay, let's start with like a small guess on I think, yeah. Let's start with a small guess on like the 2 most renowned companies and the brands in the world, and both of companies will start with A. And I'm pretty sure, and most of us will be able to find out, like, guess what those companies are. And it's absolutely the Apple and the Amazon. So Apple and Amazon are the 2 most valuable companies, and also the Steve and Jeff are the most successful entrepreneurs or most successful leaders. And can you guess why? Because both of them are customer centric and also customer obsession leaders. And not just Apple or Amazon. Every successful company has one thing in common. They know and they understand who their target customers are. And everyone strongly believe knowing your customers inside out is key, and the customers are what actually makes the product successful. And I have seen one interesting job posting by the Uber to hire their product manager, and it is like product manager customer obsession. This is just one indicator on how companies are focused on building customer-centric products. Because at the end, if your customer do not want the product that you build, or if they are not willing to pay for the product that you build, then how innovative your product are, or how beautiful is your product is, or how well it is designed, the product is going to get failed. And so how we can overcome this particular thing? And then that's where like the customer development comes into picture. We can also call it as customer discovery, and we have various models like customer discovery model or customer development model. And customer development model is an approach for gaining an in-depth understanding, which starts with your hypothesis of who your customer are and what actually their pain points, like problems, and what is your solution. And so why we need actually what the customer development is about is like we will start with an hypothesis for the product that we are going to build, who we are actually initially trying to target with our hypothesis. It is not the validated one, but the hypothesis. And we will have our own hypothesis of what problems they have, and we might have an idea which is actually a solution, like how we can actually address those problems. We, as a part of customer development model, we will start with that, with the customers that we have on mind and the problems and some solutions, and then we start our journey to explore actually like what our customers are and who we need to sell this product and what they actually need. And this customer development model works well for both the startups as well as established companies, because the products that either startups or established companies build is going to, at the end, going to address the needs of your customers. And there were many things that we can learn about the customer, but I would like to cover a few important details and on how you can actually get an in-depth understanding of your customers. First one, who are they? Who actually your customers are? So it's more about understanding their demographics, like their age, their interest, their jobs, and what income they have, and so it's more about like where they live and what is their lifestyle, and all this comes as a part of the demographics of the customer. And also like what they do. Are they part of what type of occupation they are, because their occupation actually determines how they are going to use their products. And what are their pain points? So when I say like pain points, when currently that customer might be able to solve their needs either by using your competitor products or by some other way to address their needs. So while they are doing that, they might have certain pains, which actually we need to understand to address it in a way that we differentiate from our competitors. And like, why actually they need to buy your product from you? Why not from your competitors? When we have a detailed understanding what are the pains of the customers and what are they and what are their needs, and it will help us to create our own value proposition and our like unique selling proposition, which actually differentiates us with our customers, with our competitors. And also the next important one is like, why when your customers is going to buy a product, something like the one which you are trying to build. Because if you see, for example, we take an insurance policies. Most of the insurance companies try to reach out to us during the year end, or like in the December or in the March, because they know that's where the most of the customers will try to buy their policies for either for tax savings or any other purposes. So when you actually understand when actually your customer is going to buy, it helps you to target your ads or your marketing in such a way so that it will reach out to the customers at the right time, so that they can buy they can buy your product. And next one is on the how they are actually going to buy the product, something like you, whether they would like to buy it from online, or whether they would like to buy from a brick and mortar store, or whether they like to buy from a mobile app. So if you understand how exactly your customers want to buy your products, then it will help you to define your channel, like your distribution channel, or like your channel, and how you make your product available. And next one are like, what are the various touch points? For example, if you take Swiggy, so what are the various touch points that Swiggy has with your customer? They will have like when people are hungry, when they're during the morning, during the lunchtime, or during the evening. And at the same time, and they also have a touch points after you buy after you order your food, they have a touch point that they assign it to the delivery agent. And so there will be a various touch point where actually that you as a company or you as a startup can address and make their experience much better. And next one is whom they are buying for. Are they buying for themselves, or are they buying for their children or for their family? Because this actually impacts their decision making. For example, like if they are buying something for their parents or for their children, instead of seeing the price, they might be more interested to see the value that it adds to their children or to their parents. And next one is how you can address their need chain. For example, like now we have a situation of COVID, where we are not able to move out, and most of us everything we are trying to address it online. So if someone tries to come up with a course which actually conducts in a classroom, does it really work? No. And if now most of us were looking for something which will be available online, which we can easily access. So it's a continuous process that you need to understand what are the changing needs of your customer, so that you can make your product evaluate, as well as to make your product improve and increase the value that your product is going to deliver to your customers. So now we have seen like what we need to understand, but what is the best way that you can understand your customer? Not only enterprises, like every startup entrepreneur says one thing: get out of the building, talk and listen to your customers. So that is the only way you can understand them, and also you can empathize with them on like what are their pains, needs, and everything. So let's see like what are some of the tools that can help us to go and talk to our customers. And one more thing is like this particular thing, when it comes to B2B, it is also important to understand your customers, because your stakeholders might having a different requirement, and when they actually tells you what they want, you might have visualized it in a different way. So having a constant communication and touch base with your customers and showing like what you understood as well as what they need will brings you into a single page, and it allows you to build a better output and give the better output to your customers. So one such tool that will help us to understand your customer better is an user persona. It's not only while you are trying to address your
क्वेश्चन का कंटेंट तो हम खुद ही कर लेंगे इंटरनली ये काम.
Sorry. Hello. Okay. So the user persona is one such tool which actually helps us to understand more about your customer, is like what they are about and what are their, and for example, I'm here, I have taken an e-commerce shopping experience, and someone wants to buy a clothes in an e-commerce website. So Lauren is one, like she actually loves to shop and she actually spend a fair while browsing sites and find out what are the different options, and she wants to search and filter tools that are easy to use. So she has certain attributes, whereas when you go to some other person, they might have in different attributes. But we actually try to consolidate a certain group of people into one type of persona and other people into other type of persona. And when we are actually trying to talk to your customers, you can you can frame your questions in related to what are their goals from shopping an e-commerce application, and what are their motivations, and what are the current pain points, which actually helps you to address their pain points in your product. And the other one is on the empathy map. Even though when you are actually talking to your customer, they might say something, but actually they think and feel something. So empathy map is one such tool which actually helps us to understand what actually they say and do, and what actually they think and feel, and what they see and what they hear. At the same time, we can also list out what are the pains and the gains that as a customer has while they are having, as a Lauren having shopping there in the e-commerce website. And the other tool is on the customer journey map. Actually, customer journey map actually helps you to identify the various touch points, because the journey maps helps you to list out what is the starting of a particular event and what is the ending of an event, and what are the various things that as a customer will do. In this particular scenario, the customers who want to buy in the e-commerce journey map, they have a purpose, and Lauren has a purpose to buy a gift for the friend. The next thing that she do is search what are the various options available. Then she evaluate from the options available, and then finally she make the purchases. In each of these stage, customer has a different experience as well as a different expectations and also a different opportunities. So when we try to find out these details from the customer, it gives an understanding on what are the opportunities that we need to address. At the same time, what are the basic expectations that your customer has. And customer discovery is actually an iterative process. You just don't stop while you are actually building the product. You are also actually do the customer discovery once you build your solution to validate from them, as well as while they are actually using the solution. And it's a continuous process to find out the evolving needs of your customers, and as well as existing as well as new customers. And also we pivot this particular customer discovery process to different types of customers. Like for example, like here we have seen Lauren, but there might be she's an employee, but the needs and the pains are different for the college student. So we do this customer discovery for different types of customers and understand who are the actual customers that we need to address first. And this is a high level, like what is the customer discovery process, and this I took it from the customer discovery handbook by Alexander Cohen. And when you actually comes across a new persona, you will try to find whether they are a new persona or an existing persona. And if they are a new persona, you will try to draft that persona like the detail that we have seen, and then we prepare the questionnaire according to the details of the persona that we have. And we have two options here. We can either go and spend a time, usually this we will do in the B2B phase, like where we go and sit with the customer support team and understand how they are doing, so that we can build an effective customer supporting solution. Or you can, once you prepare the questionnaire, or you can directly interview them and test them and see like whether your product is addressing their pains and needs or not. So in summary, like the in-depth understanding of customer not only helps to build the right product to the right persona, and also it helps you to market your product in a right way. It also helps to customize the customer experience to create loyalty and repeat business. So that's all. Thank you. And I have certain resources which I have used, as well as you can go through to do better customer discovery. And one point is customer development process just don't stop at the discovery phase. It also goes through in the validation of your solution. It also goes through a continuous evaluation on like how actually your product is meeting the needs of your customer. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Teja. I think that's a pretty prescriptive way of doing customer discovery. I think there are some questions that are coming in, and maybe I'll just bring them out.
Sure.
And one of the questions that I see, Nahush asks, when do you...
The next one is, I am a product manager looking for a better job.
Suraj, can you mute, please? Okay, thank you. So the next, the question Nahush asks is, Teja, when do you know enough about your customer?
So when we know enough about your customer, is like, see, when you start doing the customer discovery, because as we said, we have an hypothesis of who all the personas that we need to address. When you actually start doing the customer discovery, and for suppose you have did a customer discovery for 30 people or 50 people, and you have seen that you have not receiving any new pains or the new needs or the new different new requirements, then it's a type of indication that this one particular persona, we can start pivot with our product and start, they might be our early adopters and can evaluate our product.
So are you saying that, usually when you don't learn enough
yes,
from your customer, which means you start getting enough repeated patterns and repeated information, is when you would say that you know enough about your customer, and hence you can make some conclusions about it, right?
Absolutely, yes.
And another interesting question that I will bring up from Alpa Jain is, when you have a small customer base, how do you say no to your customer? So because especially when you are launching a new product and you want early adopter customers, and you spend time trying to understand what needs do they have, but then the more number of people that you talk to like that, they might be giving very different needs or pain points, right? So how do you as a product manager consider all of those things, or if you have to say no, what is the basis for saying no?
Okay, so for that, actually it differs from B2C and B2B scenarios. Usually when we go to B2C scenarios, see, that is one challenge that every startup will face during their initial, while they are building the product, and when they are trying to find some customers, they will get different types of requirements. But one thing is, when you are actually decided to pursue a particular idea or want to build a product, you will be preparing your product roadmap or a product vision, like what you exactly want to address. Okay, and if your requirement or your thing is falling in line with your product roadmap or the product vision, then you will go ahead and you will do it. Otherwise, we will determine like whether what is the impact of that particular requirement, whether it requires a huge change from our system or whether it's a huge effort. Then we see like, and if it is not going to add value to most of our customers, then we will say no. But when it comes to B2B scenario, it's more on the driven based on the metrics that we receive, because in B2B scenario, when one of our stakeholders has come up with a different stakeholders are coming with a different requirements, then we actually see what is the business value that particular requirement is going to address. Is it because every organization has an objectives, they have short-term and long-term objectives. For example, if there was an objective for increasing a revenue by $5 million in next 2 years, and if one of your stakeholder is coming up with a requirement which actually not directly impacting the objective of the company, then ideally it goes with a low priority, and we will try to explain like why it needs to go low priority. And if you do not have any other requirements, we might take it up, but not a thing. So and also we try to understand like who actually is going to get impacted if that particular requirement was not taken up. Is it the customer is going to impact, or is it your operations team is going to impact, or is your front office team is going to impact? So it also determines who the impact of different types of personas that we have. And if it is directly impacting your customer, then it will have a priority. But if it is something in your operations team which you can handle manually, or which you can have it different workaround, then we will take it into a back step.
So if I were to summarize what you said, focus on creating the customer value, and focus on maximizing that value. Many different people may have many different questions and requirements and needs, but try to pick the ones that will address or create value for maximum number of customers.
Yes.
Is that a fair summary of what you said?
Yeah, it's a fair summary. And thing is like, no, the complexity actually, it will be less complex when it is a B2B, because we have a set of objectives at company level, which we can tie up and say why we are going with another requirement, not with this particular requirement. But when you actually go with a B2C, it is very hard, because on the one side, you need to acquire your customers. On the other side, that particular requirement will actually changing the part of your the many of other customers that we are having. So we'll take that priority, a bit complex in B2C scenario.
That's good. That's a nice summary. So before you go, Teja, I gather that you are running a podcast now, and do you want to inform about that to the audience so that they can actually, subscribe to that podcast and listen to the interviews that you are doing? This
Absolutely.
is probably a good time
Yeah,
to do that.
that is a wonderful opportunity. Actually, myself, along with Shreyas, we have started a podcast called Entrepreneurial Minds. It is available in almost all the podcast platforms. And we have actually released our first episode, and we are about to release our second episode in the next coming week. And this podcast is actually focused on sharing the experiences of successful entrepreneurs or the successful people in the established organization, and how the students or the aspiring entrepreneurs who have an idea but don't know how to do, or what are the challenges. And so this particular podcast is more focused on sharing the experiences for the aspiring entrepreneurs as well as the young entrepreneurs. And the name is Entrepreneurial Minds. And
where can people subscribe to that? Any podcast app it's available?
Yes, currently we are into like a Google Podcast, Castbox. We are into Anchor, and other platforms.
Awesome. So a simple way to say is wherever you get your podcast, we are available.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Excellent. And thank you for that very useful, insightful session. And by the way, I see several questions on customer discovery and the steps. Now, what I want to encourage all of you is tonight's session, 8 to 9 p.m. is from Ash Maurya, the man who created prescriptive way of customer discovery. So don't forget to join his session. He's going to be much more hands-on and prescriptive on it. So again, thanks a lot, Teja, and all the best.
And thank you so much for talking about my podcast also. Thanks a lot.
Welcome.
And it will be very helpful.
Anything that we can help the community is what we should be doing. And I see Muthu back online. Over to you, Muthu. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, sir. Thank you, Teja. Hey, Teja, as we just mentioned, right? So it's all for the community, right? So and this event is all focused on the community, all just like you. It's always interesting what the community brings in, right? And all the goodness that we can share with each other as we go through this journey. Thank you again. So next up, we have Saumya and
Prashanth. Can we take a quick feedback poll for Teja's session?
Yes, we should. Menaka, can you bring up the survey, please?
I think it will be good if more people can participate. It's an anonymous poll, so don't worry who's voting for what. Nobody knows who's voting for what. So go ahead and do that. Great, excellent, and thank you. Muthu, over to you.
Yep, thank you, sir. Yep. So next up we have Saumya and Prashanth. So Saumya is a product manager and a retail specialist from Thoughtworks, and Prashanth is also a product manager from Thoughtworks, and he has been focusing on the Southeast Asia market to scale and go to market faster. So today they are going to talk about the connected ecosystem and the rise of the connected ecosystem and what you should be knowing about it. So over to you, Prashanth and Saumya. And just a quick reminder again, as always, have this link handy so that you can post these questions, and we will get these questions out to the speakers. Saumya?
Yeah, thanks, Muthu. Really great sessions from Subodh and Teja, and I think a very good segue into our topic of the rise of connected ecosystems, on seeing how you can know your customers and use mindfulness and decisive decision making to be able to scale your business really, right? So I'll just share my screen now. Just a second. All right. Cool. So good evening, everyone. Prashanth and I are going to talk about the rise of connected ecosystems today. Seems like quite a heavy topic, right? Like something like the rise of the planet of apes or something like that. But trust me, it's even bigger. So let's dive right into it.
Thanks, Saumya. Thanks, Muthu, for the introduction. So the rise of the connected ecosystem sounds like a very powerful statement, like Saumya said. The truth is not very far away from it either. Let's dive into it deeper to find out what an ecosystem is exactly. We found a couple of definitions online to help this cause. A natural ecosystem is defined as a community of living beings interacting with the physical environment and other non-living components. It can also be defined as the chain of interaction between the living organisms and their environment. So this is a natural occurring ecosystem, and we drew parallels to our business technology ecosystem as well, where the definition would look something like a community of organizations and consumers interacting within a digital and physical environment. Also, the chain of interactions between different parties of community over a connected network. And our observations over the next 30 minutes will show as to what's been happening with different companies the last few years and how everyone's heading towards that connected ecosystem. And for example, to explain that further, let's take an example of an ecosystem like Google, right? So you would wake up in the morning, let's say to a sound of alarm by your Google Home, and then getting ready to work, and then you would probably check your traffic status on Google Maps and then navigate using Google Maps as well. You would listen to songs on Google Play, then check emails and work on the Google Suite, and search for a definition of ecosystem like we did on Google as well. So all of this is happening on one particular platform, or Google is offering all of this in its ecosystem. And that's what we want to talk about, how everyone's heading towards these sort of connected spaces.
So let's talk a little bit about like what is really causing this move towards the connected ecosystem. I want to take you through the reality really. So truth be told, there are basically two key elements to this whole story over here. One is your customer who is looking for convenience, efficiency, and value. And the other one are businesses who used to be unicorns or traditional businesses before are now wanting to sustain and grow, right? To continue remaining in the game really. Now, I'm not sure how many of you have really heard of this, but there's this concept of the Amazon flywheel, which was coined by Jeff Bezos. It's basically this virtuous cycle that leverages, customer experience to drive traffic to the platform and sellers, and in turn, in fact, attract sellers with a wider range of products on Amazon, thereby serving a better experience to the customer. So basically, they feed each other. And this is almost a synonymous, synonymous to that flywheel, but at a much bigger scale. And we'll see how, right? So let's take a look at some examples. Now, well, I'm sure most of you already know, Kim Kardashian. And for all those who weren't really paying attention to our talk until now, I'm hoping you are paying attention now with that name. So apart from really being a social influencer, how many of you really know that she's also an entrepreneur? She has a line of beauty and fashion products that she sells. And, a few years ago, she really wanted to enter the China market. Now, let's see what all she would have had to set up in order to really enter and grow into this market. She would have had to build a fan following. not such a big deal for Kim, but well, for smaller social influencers, it's a much bigger deal for a newer market. Having some sort of an interface to be able to interact, transact, and serve her customers, she would have had to set up some manufacturing factories to be able to create her products, manufacture her products, which she can sell to her customers. And of course, coming up with some sort of, shipping and delivery mechanism to be able to deliver those products to her customer. And this is quite overwhelming, right? But this is just not it for a business to really run. There's much more to that. And I'm sure entrepreneurs in this, session will know about that. So what did Kim really do? So she chose to leverage Alibaba, not only to save money, but a lot of her time to enter the China market. Now, Alibaba comes with this vision of making it easy to do business. So they were actually able to achieve this by providing different services to Kim to be able to do all of those things that she would have had to set up on her own. And interestingly, many of these services are actually businesses that Alibaba supports in a similar manner that they are supporting Kim today. So what really made this an ecosystem, right? It's the connectedness of each of these systems with each other that built this as a network of an ecosystem. And they also share their data across this entire ecosystem. So this was the crux of what Alibaba did for Kim and almost equivalent to thousands of other social entrepreneurs. Now, what really makes the core of this ecosystem? So there are basically 4 building blocks that are there. There is this network coordination. Well, IPL, or rather PLF, actually gave us this, opportunity to use our network to be able to talk in this session today. And you can see the, wonders that network coordination can do. The other thing that Alibaba did was the data intelligence, to be able to really optimize and bring efficiency to the businesses. And the third thing is building for scale. Now, I hope you remember the flywheel I spoke of, a few slides back. The more businesses you have on board, the better network effect you can get, the better data you can have, and therefore you will get more businesses into your system. So basically, to build for scale to hundreds and thousands of businesses is what Alibaba built this foundation on. And I really cannot emphasize more. All of this is useful only if you have like minimal manual intervention, letting the businesses and individuals to actually focus on what really matters to them and leaving the rest for the automated world to do for them. And that's how basically Alibaba came up with its different 40 businesses that pun intended. So they basically started off with the core use case of e-commerce, build support systems around it like payment, logistics, the cloud infrastructure, marketing, and all of that. And then they started to diversify to scale their businesses. Now, all this while, we've looked at Alibaba from where the customer is the business here. They also have, obviously, the end user also as the consumer also as their customer. But I want to take a different example for that. Let's look at the day in the life of a corporate. No, it's not as simple as this line looks. It's a lot more than what happens. But just imagine, in the COVID times that we are in today, if you didn't really have these digital solutions to keep us entertained, to get us groceries at the tap of a button, to be able to make payment without really getting in contact with somebody, would we really have survived this lockdown with as much sanity as we are doing right now? I really doubt that would be the case, right? And whether you realize it or not, Amazon has actually led this way into the entire digital ecosystem that has been built around us and to almost all part of our lives, in fact. Well, please don't suddenly start screaming. Uber is obviously not there with Amazon, and neither does Amazon have an equivalent of Uber. But really, nothing really stops them from getting into that place also, as long as it's bringing convenience to their customers. All right. So now Amazon has built this ecosystem on those 4 building blocks that I had spoken of for Alibaba also. Plus, they've been using their flywheel strategy. There's one key thing that they've done, which is blurring the lines between physical and digital. Even Alibaba has done that, but given that we're talking about Amazon, let's take a look at how they've done that. Now, how many of you know or even experienced Amazon Go? I'm sure you will appreciate it more than ever with the social distancing becoming the new normal. Now, it's basically an unmanned store where you walk in, pick up what you want, and just leave. The items you pick up really get added to your digital card automatically, and the money gets deducted once you leave the store. Now, all you have to do is scan in while entering in the store, so that the store knows that who you are digitally. That's all. Now, Amazon is basically known for being disruptors, you know. Just when retailers started focusing on their online channel because of Amazon leading the way, Amazon dropped a bomb on them of the Amazon Go concept. Now, it's still in an experimental phase, but at least they were able to showcase what stores can also be digitally equipped to another level altogether. But how did they really do it? It's very simple. They focused on eliminating the customer's biggest pain, and that was standing in those long billing queues. They know that everyone carries a mobile these days, so why not make the best use of this technology by integrating it with your store ecosystem? They have done this in an experimental way because, well, this is an uncharted territory and everybody would be looking to experiment in the area, right? The best piece in all of this is the fact that it's given them this unified customer view, not only in the digital space, but also in the physical space now. So they know how your customers shop in a physical store too. Look at the possibilities that this really opens up for Amazon, right? And just like that, we have Amazon creating that ecosystem for us with so many, their own businesses that they have, plus some of the mergers and acquisitions that they've done. Now, while until now, we have been speaking of, physical and digital solutions that are building ecosystems, let's take a look at how one app can really build a world around you.
Thanks, Saumya. And jumping on to super apps. Super app has been a buzzword the last couple of years. And the definition that I really liked for super app is it's an operating system for your everyday life. And let's jump into an example quickly to understand what is a super app and how does it work and what problems does it solve. Let's take Gojek as an example here because they have succeeded fairly well in this space. So let's take a look into a day in the life of a persona like a digital marketer in Jakarta city, Indonesia, using the Gojek app. So every morning, the person would open up the Gojek app, wants to commute to work. At 9 a.m. would use either the Go Ride two-wheeler service or the four-wheeler taxi service. 10:30 would use the Go Shop application to order groceries. And at 12 would order food to be delivered to the office or home using the Go Food application. And if you want to see a movie, the person would go to GoTix service and order movie tickets as well. And all of these services paid for by Gojek's own GoPay application. So it is truly a connected ecosystem what Gojek has built right now, but it didn't start off this way. And we'll go as to how they started and how did they build such a successful ecosystem in Indonesia. So where did they start from? So in 2010 is when Gojek started. So they saw a very nice opportunity in Jakarta city, Indonesia, which is very infamous for its traffic and its highly densely populated cities. One of the most preferred ways of commuting in these cities were on two-wheeler taxis. And how they operated was these taxis were all around the street corners where one person who needed to go somewhere would navigate to the traffic, find a two-wheeler taxi, negotiate a price, and then hop on and go to the destination. So Gojek thought they could bring in some amount of convenience to this whole experience of hailing a ride. So they started as a call center in 2010, where if I needed a ride, I would call up a particular number, tell them I'm at so-and-so place, I want to go to my destination, and Gojek would in turn call its fleet of drivers, fix a price and let the customer know. And they did this for a good 4 to 5 years almost. And Gojek, inspired by Uber and the likes in the West, launched a ride-sharing app as a smartphone app in 2015. And that's how their super app journey started. So what did Gojek actually do that made them such a success? So in 2015, they launched the Android and iPhone app. And in order to achieve scale, they wanted to try different things. So they realized in peak hours of traffic, for example, it might be 8 to 10 a.m. and 4 to 7 p.m. at night, they were doing really well and fairly well. But apart from these rush hour traffic, they were not. So they realized that they have to keep the drivers motivated and more services on offer. So they introduced a couple of new services called GoSend, which is delivery of packages, very Dunzo equivalent, and GoFood, which is a food delivery app, to keep the drivers motivated, as well as bringing a lot of transactions onto the Gojek platform. And in 2016, they launched a couple of support services, one called GoPay and the other called GoPoints. They realized that in Indonesia, 65% of the people did not have bank accounts. And they saw this as an opportunity. And also, simultaneously, all the operations that were happening on the app, let's say like booking a ride, tracking a ride, all were happening online, but the payment was obviously in cash. And they saw this as a gap that they could bridge, and they launched GoPay as their digital wallet transaction service. And they launched GoPoints as a loyalty program initially, and then later evolved into a retention, rewards platform for merchants and consumers as well. So if, let's say, a merchant had a free product to advertise, they would come onto this platform, GoPoints platform, because it had a large audience. And then every time you made a transaction on Gojek app, on its services, you would earn a certain number of points, and you would redeem these points for a particular service or a product that's available on points. So it became an ecosystem, and it evolved into an ecosystem right away because payment was there, and a retention service was there as well. And then from then on, they went into a bunch of different services. They have, I think, more than 20 or 30 different services right now. A lot of them keep coming in, going away. They experiment with a lot of new services, but there are definitely about 20 services that have a lot of traction in the last few years. A quick comparison between Gojek and Uber. Both started relatively at the same time, Gojek in 2010, Uber in 2009. Gojek right now has a plethora of services available for its consumers. Uber, a few. Ride-hailing being its bread and butter. They did eventually diversify into a few things like food delivery, which was active even in India till a few months back, micromobility in cities like Singapore and New York, public transport tickets, and they had an Uber card and a wallet service as well. But a lot of them lost traction. They sold their entire operations in Southeast Asia market because they couldn't gain traction there. They sold their food delivery business in India as well. Ironically, Gojek launched a smartphone app inspired by Uber, saying that they wanted to be the Uber of Indonesia in 2015. And recently it's heard that Uber CEO said that they want to be a super app like Gojek. And the tables have definitely turned because Gojek has headed into that ecosystem that they want to be in, and Uber not so much yet. Another example to explain as to how an ecosystem has been working so far is WeChat. This is limited only in China right now. They started as a messaging application like WhatsApp, and eventually diversified into all services imaginable that can be available on a smartphone. One of their interesting applications is their mini programs. which is like a Play Store equivalent inside the WeChat application, which means it helps other people to develop apps within WeChat. So in true essence, it's definitely an operating system for everyday life in China, because I think it's going to evolve into an operating system itself at the pace which they're heading right now. So how can we build this connected ecosystem? So we spoke a lot about examples of what an ecosystem looks like, and we spoke about Amazon, we spoke about Gojek and WeChat. How can we head towards this? How can we keep in mind what is required to build a connected ecosystem? And we came up with a framework from our observations of these companies that we just saw, that Saumya and I spoke about. One thing that we struck out to us very evidently is all these companies that we spoke about operated with a mission, with a customer-centric and technology-driven approach. None of them would have been able to achieve what they did without this. And I think that's been common across all of these companies. So the first observation that we had, that all of these companies built a solid core use case, be it Amazon, selling books and they excelled at it, Gojek with ride hailing, or any other company, let's say even Swiggy right now with food delivery and branching off to multiple different things. So I think building that core use case, getting that cash flow in, building necessary infrastructure to sustain, helps them experiment and diversify into a lot of different things.
Yeah, and like a lot of unicorns have been going in that route until now, right? And as you are building your core use case, you would need to make it stronger and build support services around it. That would be the most important key to the whole thing. Now, this helps the businesses get a strong foothold in the area and can also become your competitive differentiators of sorts. We have examples of Amazon's Fulfillment by Amazon, AWS, Amazon warehouses. You also have Alibaba's Kya Logistics. You have Gojek's GoPay. So how do you build those support systems for this core use case to become extremely strong as well as be your key differentiator? That's going to be one of the key things.
Yep. And the third one is diversification. I think this stands out fairly evidently throughout all our examples. And like support services that Saumya has been talking about, they become their own, let's say something like a GoPay or Amazon Prime. They have their own audience, and they help in diversifying fairly quickly and efficiently. The main motivation for diversification comes from a point where companies start thinking, how can we do things differently? How can we stay relevant? How can I sustain in the longer term? So I think this is sort of motivation that companies start thinking to diversify. And again, all of the companies that we spoke about, be it WeChat or Gojek or Amazon, or even Google for that matter, and I think we spoke about Apple earlier as well in the previous talk. So I think diversification is a very integral part of building that ecosystem, because ecosystem wouldn't exist without multiple different services. It wouldn't be called an ecosystem at all.
Yeah. And as you diversify and kind of become stronger, it's also important to build some sort of, a strong loyalty system for retention and increase of adoption of your products and your services, right? And I mean, Amazon Prime is such a beautiful example for that. It's loyalty beyond just a point-based system, even Go points, for example. So keeping, how do you get innovative in keeping your customers loyal as well as allowing them to be your advocates? That's going to be one of the key things to look after.
And the last observation that we had was scaling and expansion of your products, services, etc. All of these companies have been able to scale and expand efficiently with obviously a few hiccups, but the intention was, how do we reach a larger audience? I think that was the intention as to how they scaled and expand. So in order to reach that level, they had to do it by targeting a new audience, new demographic, entering new channels, new markets, so to speak. So if Amazon had stuck to selling books only in America, they wouldn't have probably been successful all over the world today, right? So I think expanding and getting new folks onboarded on your platform or product is one of those key things that should be kept in mind.
Yeah, and Muthu, we're just wrapping up. Last 1 minute, and it's a circle, at the end of the day, because as you diversify, scale, expand, the product and services that you come up with, that could become your core use case, and the cycle kind of repeats. So it's important to keep that in mind. And I mean, we've already spoken of this, so I'm not going to deep dive too much into it. A solid foundation and a solid culture is going to be important. And we've already spoken of what that foundation would look like. What should this culture look like? It's important to have that experimental mindset. And with that, we want to leave you with a thought, there is Cure.fit, there is Swiggy, there's Dunzo all around us. Do you think they are moving towards connected ecosystems today? Or should they start doing that? What's next for them? We would like to leave that thought with you all. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Saumya and Prashanth. That was a very interesting presentation, and we have a lot of questions coming in as well. Let me take a couple from here. The first one is around, do you see a consolidation of these ecosystems in this feature, more like a network of networks? What are your thoughts around that?
Yes, in fact, like that's also something Prashanth and I have spoken of. Like, what you actually see, what Alibaba is doing is that network of networks. So there are these standalone businesses that are probably having their little network within themselves, but bringing those, businesses together is something that, Alibaba has been doing, and nothing really prevents, Amazon and even Uber from partnering to actually build that, we saw the spoke wheel of Uber, which is smaller than Gojek. Nothing really prevents Amazon and Uber from partnering and making that bigger. So it'll depend on what your strengths are and kind of bringing that together. And in fact, I had also written a blog sometime back on how Google can actually help retailers, come back in action post-COVID, the fashion retailers especially, and luxury retailers especially. And that is the connected ecosystem that they can build together to be able to help each other come back in action. And I think that's something we all should start thinking about. And we've seen right now, in fact, with COVID, how all countries have come together to help each other. So the point is, the more network you have, right, you can feed off each other much better.
Yeah, exactly. That's very interesting, rather, and many companies have already started also on the aspect of network of networks, right? So companies like Trivago, for example, what they could do today already is amazing. Thank you for your insight in there. Another question here is, what should a product manager keep in his mind? Let's say some of the elements that he has to take care of it today while he's building his small product today, as of today, so that later on it can emerge as this ecosystem of products or as a super app. So what are some of the elements to be taken care?
Yeah, so one of the behaviors I've noticed and personally as well experienced is to keep identifying problems to solve. It might sound as simple as that, but I think it's one of those things where you have to keep a lookout, be connected with your users, understand them better, like we were talking earlier, and find out those problems, identify those problems, so that those give birth to new ideas and new solutions that evolve itself into another service or product or anything of that sort on its own. So I think to keep it simple, I would say identifying products, not necessarily solving it right away, but just keep an eye out for it.
And at a higher level or at a mindset level, I would say always be visionary, think ahead, think of the future, but be experimental. Pick those smaller things, experiment, and you will be able to move on.
Perfect. Thank you. And I think what you had with your goats example was also quite amazing with the journey of the user and the problem that he faces at different points in time over the day. And each of that gives an opportunity. So looking out for problems and the related problems, I think is a great way to build the connected ecosystem around. Thank you, Saumya and Prashanth. That was a great session indeed. Can we have the Paul, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we bring up the feedback poll, please? So while folks are voting on giving the feedback, just a quick announcement for all of the folks here. While the first edition of Product Leadership Festival ends today, which is more focused on product, there is a next instance coming up very soon on May 12th, where the emphasis is more going to be on data science related roles and jobs, careers, and skill sets, right? So and I would encourage all of you to go ahead and submit your talks to the same page. Please go ahead and nominate your topics, and the ones that are aligned with that theme will get screened and will be posted on the website and ready and up for voting. So encourage all of you to do that. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Sai. I think this is to all of you guys, right? So each of us have a lot of goodness to bring to the table for the betterment of the community, and this is an opportunity for you to vote, choose, and share the topic that you most care about, right? So so there is a next opportunity for you. Please look out for it, and we are looking forward as well. So with that, we are actually at the end of the open conference. And then we are moving over to the next event, which is a panel on the product management skills. So I'm just giving a couple of minutes. Some more people are also joining in. And let me start the Okay, everyone. So next up, we have the panel discussion on how some of the top product managers from the top organizations have gone about and did their transition into the product management roles. So today, I have with me the product managers from some of the top organizations, including Mercedes, Candela, and Oracle. So what you can look out for, you can definitely look out for some key insights on the product management transition itself, tips for interviews, and what is helping the product managers to stay relevant, specifically in challenging times like COVID. So that's what we are going to have. And let me start with a brief introduction about the speakers. So first up, I have Ravi. Ravi is a senior product manager.
Can we ask the panelists to be on video, please?
Yes, please. Yes. Ravi, Ravikiran, Priya, and Mukesh, if you could be on your video, please.
There you go.
I'm there.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. So first up, I have Ravi, a senior PM from Mercedes. He has a team of PMs and designers, and he's a well-known speaker too. Ravi, would you like to add to it some more interesting elements about yourself?
Hello everyone, Ravi here. Unfortunately, the video is not working. I'm using the laptop with a faulty camera. So I'll just try to connect to the phone also, just in case if I have an overview. So Yeah, so about me, yes, I started my product management journey almost 7 years ago. So I was kind of the accidental product manager, where I initially my transition has been from the project management. I was getting things done, so handling teams with the multiple deliverables and the various other aspects of it. Then later on, I did realize there are better ways to build the product, and the product management framework and other things, which actually helps to build a sustainable solution, considering the what customer needs rather than building something which comes from the requirement documents. So that's that's the way I started looking at, and over a period of time, I did realize the importance of product management and the ecosystem, what we have, the living every day, the productized environment actually played a vital role to understand this better. And now, so my journey with IPL started almost 3 years ago, where I was pursuing the MBA, and I have just across the life cycle I've seen and hands-on practice to the various products from B2B perspective, from B2C perspective. And which actually helped me to see the complete the life cycle of product management, which is very difficult to find in any working condition.
Thank you, Ravi. So next up, I have Priya.
So, hi, Muthu, and hi, everybody. This is Priya. I have recently transitioned into a product owner role at Global Logic. I am in the IT industry, both in technical as well as in the functional aspects since 10 years. But recently, I can say after joining IPL, I have transitioned into two different and then a step ahead than what I was thinking. I was developer, both full stack to start with, and later on I moved on to become a UI developer and was keenly interested in UX and stuff like that. Though I knew that I am okay and good with the logical thinking aspects, but my exposure to product and then the way it turns out was limited as a developer. But it actually did not stop there, and today I am actually at Global Logic, and I am being a product owner, which is a consultant in my firm. And I'm happy to be here. We'll talk more about how things went on well. Happy to be part of this panel, and thank you for listening to us.
Hey, thank you, Priya. And Priya just recently transitioned into a PM role, and she's now virtually rocking her organization. So we'll learn more about it as we speak. So next, Ravikiran. Ravikiran is a star PM from Candela Labs, and Ravi, would you like to add on, please?
Hey, thank you, Muthu. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
I am a product manager with Candela Labs, focusing mainly on the insurance business. We help insurance companies to serve their customers better. I have transitioned to product manager from program management role. I have done project and program management for about 12 plus years. Then about 4 years back, my journey started to, I started moving into a full-time product management kind of a role. Previously, I had played a little bit of that role in a couple of organizations, but yes, IPL gave me the skill set and the tools to actually play it effectively. Been about, I'm enjoying a lot of learnings. I will talk about it during our discussion today.
So thank you, Ravi. And I have Mukesh also here. Mukesh is a PM from Oracle, and he's also an ambassador for a startup program over there in Oracle. Mukesh, would you like to add on, please?
Hey, I am happy. Hello.
Hey, Mukesh.
Can you please, there is another Mukesh, just give a permission to that as well, to unmute the mic.
Okay. Is the team checking on it?
Yeah, I think
Perfect.
good.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Hey,
I
Mukesh.
actually joined from both the laptop as well as the phone in case power goes off.
Right.
So
Yeah.
sorry for that.
Sure.
Okay.
No problem.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much, Muthu, for having me here. So I'm Mukesh, and overall, I have worked with product companies, startups, and I have worked with telcos and customers across the globe. And overall, I have 13 years of experience as of today. Okay. On the work front, currently as a product manager at Oracle, I am handling two key products of Oracle. One of them is the billing and revenue management, and the other one is subscription cloud, basically Oracle monetization cloud. What I do here is I help the subscription businesses monetize their services. Okay. So you consider telcos like Vodafone, Airtel, or you consider non-telcos like Amazon Prime or Netflix. So they all provide some services, subscription services to you, and they need to monetize that. So doing that. Prior to joining Oracle, I was working for Subodh Limited for 7 years, where I joined as a developer, and then by the time I signed off, I was handling a customer-focused development team. Very recently, I have also joined Oracle's initiative called Oracle for Startups, and I have joined there as an ambassador. So what I actually do there is all those startups out there, all those entrepreneurs who are looking to open their own businesses, they all need infrastructure. They all need mentors. They all need customers. Okay, so this particular initiative enables them. So, and I mean, I don't know how many entrepreneurs and product managers are out there right now, but if there is anybody who is looking forward to similar kind of stuff, well, please feel free to approach me, and I can see I can help you onboard the Oracle Cloud. So that's pretty much about me right now.
Okay. Sure. Thank you, Mukesh. So let's get down to the discussion here, right? So let's start with something very recent that is affecting the way how all of us work, and how all of us were used to deliver things in the past, right? So the COVID is definitely changing the way how we had been building the products earlier versus now. There's been a lot of things changing with the complete virtual infrastructure coming in place, and we had to completely work and deliver in the virtual world, right? So what I would like to know first is, how are you seeing this change, and how is it changing the roles and responsibilities, and is there any examples that you could share? I would like to start it with Priya, who even did her transition also during the similar time, and even had to do her onboarding during the, I mean, it's very recent, like 1.5 months back, you did your transition, Priya. And this is when, this is all during the uncertain times, and you had to even do a virtual onboarding. So how did all that go?
Yeah. Even I was clueless when I started this process because I was already serving the notice period. If I start from to give an example, even the interview calls were diminishing as and when the COVID-19 lockdown hit, or when we had uncertainties in place. And thankfully, I had this offer from Global Logic, for which I decided to join. And I was just lucky, I can say. Just one day before the lockdown, I had to actually get into the new organization. But however, even before that, my offboarding was virtual, which was actually new even for my previous organization. And then they figured it out, and then we did everything offline, virtually, and then only submitting the laptop was kept to the end. And I also saw that the companies have also adapted to the situation really well. Even though it is new to them, they are understanding the seriousness and then trying to get things done virtually. And yeah, there are multiple touch points, and then coordination plays an important role because you're virtual. So that was a challenge. I kept on getting many calls from many HRs for onboarding as well, which is fine. Even I was understanding the situation. So getting into that coordination mode and understanding the importance of like multiple other documents that had to be filled, and you have to understand, you don't even know who your teams are. And when you come to the organization, the client that you have been hired for is not your client anymore because they are not trying to onboard you. So there are challenges wherein then I started working with different clients and on their proposals, wherein any opportunity that I get that we bring together, I can step into it. So this to me a challenge of working with multiple clients. Otherwise, I would have been only stuck to one client who actually hired me. So this gave a positive thing for me, fortunately. So that is one good thing that I can say.
Sure. Thank you, Priya. I think this is going to be a new reality for all of us, right? So many companies are now considering that a considerable amount of their workforce can continue to be virtual. Is one of the key learning that the companies have taken away, and a lot of human resources have already been thinking from the top companies on how they can actually go into the virtual space. So continuing from there, Ravikiran, would you like to add your thoughts on how your company has been adapting to the virtual mode and some of your learnings there?
Yeah, sure. I think COVID has definitely changed a lot of things, especially from my company side. We have started working remotely long before, about 2 weeks before the lockdown. So we are now in a very long journey of being working remotely. But if you look at the industry as such, right, the lot of digitization has happened. So there was a joke which was going on, right? COVID has been the main reason for pushing the digitization, right? No, not like any other CIO push or something. So that way, COVID is setting some new normals, depending upon the industry you are in, especially the industry where I am, which is insurance, right? A lot of things have changed. There are some roles or some journeys like a customer care center and things, right, which are no more working, right? There's nobody there to serve you. So customers are looking at quick wins. Customers are looking at something which can help them to be getting in this digital journey, serve their customers better. What I have realized is during this journey, during this time, you need to be a lot more proactive. Keep looking out for changes or new developments which are happening in the area where you're working on. A lot of opportunities do keep coming up, and what I've seen is short, quick win solutions work better at this point rather than a long 6 months kind of solutions, which at this time, a lot of the customers don't even have the staff to do those kind of projects and those kind of products. So they're looking at something as a quick win to help them to tide over this and get into a new normal. Like they say, they are looking at before COVID and after COVID. So there is a new normal which is happening. So that's what I've seen. I think depending upon the industry, either especially in the insurance side, a lot of digital push has happened because of COVID.
Perfect. Thank you. I think that's very true that the digital transformation has actually been accelerated at a pretty high fast when COVID situation came in, and a short-term thinking currently with a shorter roadmap on a lot of things is actually helping the companies with quick wins. That's very true. Thank you. So let's get on to something which is common between all of us, right? So it is the product management and our passion for the product management as a topic. So what I would like to understand is when and how did you realize that you had to transition into product management? The time and the reason, or how did you realize that product management is the way to go for you and you had to transition into that role? Ravi, Mukesh, if you'd like to take on.
I'll just take it. Ravi Bheesetty here.
Yes, Ravi.
I mean, my journey started, or the way I look at it is, so when I was actually given a task to develop a product, which is basically with a very straightforward requirement, and it was an HRMS tool. And we just started with the the HLD and the requirement documents and pursued without and after developing that product, it was, I mean, it was a project, basically the way of delivery, even still if I see it. And it was a nosedive failure, and the product or that service was even not liked by the user. That actually triggered me thought like the why it did not work. So when it comes down to, I started reading all the requirement documents. There wasn't any empathy for the users. There was any centricity about the user, what exactly he wants, and there wasn't any recommendation. Yes, it was an agile way of working, and always we say like when the user story starts with as a user every time, but very less time the product team or product development team really put the user in place. So these are the couple of learning which I got and started browsing about it, and connecting with the seniors, peers, and that time industry leaders. That is where actually I got into the product leadership forum peer 2016, I believe. And so that's where I started looking at the complete ecosystem, where we had a huge amount of discussion from the Walmart Lab product managers that time, Intuit product managers, InMobi product managers. So I did realize like whenever we are developing something and we look at the sustainability of the development rather than just deliver something and leave or move it to support frameworks. So that's where the project is good. It is good for the construction like thing, but the moment we actually think about the software way of delivery, and I'm sure we have to really look at the ecosystem, multiple competitive analysis, bringing user into the between, and giving importance to user experience, user research, these kind of topics. And these topics are actually well collaborated in product management framework, and that's where it actually makes sense to learn everything about the product management and always deliver from the product approach rather than the project approach.
Yep.
So that's my take on the complete holistic picture of product management.
Yeah. Thank you, Ravi. Mukesh.
Yeah, my journey into product management was a little, how do we say? I mean, there is a web series called Mirzapur, and there is a dialogue where it says, "Shuru majburi mein kiya tha, but phir maza aane laga." Okay, so the way it happened for me is like I joined as a developer. I joined Subex as a developer, and I was a hardcore developer. I did not want to do anything other than coding. So 2.5 years into job, and I was asked to go and visit one of the customers where they were having some issues, and I was expected to solve their problems. Okay. I was okay, all right, fine, we will go there. Okay, I went there, then I come back, then I've been asked to do that again for another customer, and then this kept happening. So it happened twice, thrice, 4 times, and when I had these interactions with customers, okay, I actually started enjoying those conversations gradually, because I figured that, I mean, when I am sitting and writing code, I am doing what I have been told. Okay, but when I actually sit with the customers, I understand what exactly they look for, what exactly their business needs are, and I started looking at providing solutions from that angle. Well, then I moved from Subex, and I joined Oracle again as a developer. Okay, but within 1 or 2 years, I figured that I think probably I was enjoying that more than what I am doing right now, and I started looking at how I can now make some amends and get back into that kind of role again. Okay, so some amount of introspection, some amount of guidance from my mentors. Eventually I figured, okay, what I actually want to do is product management. Okay? And then I feel happened, and then here I am today.
Perfect. Thank you, Mukesh. So I mean, in all of our journey, right? So at some point in time, we realized when we had to transition into the product management space, right? So that's always very interesting to know. And when we actually realized that there is product management, and then we want, and our passion lies in building the products and managing the products. And then when we want to really go about building a career with product management, it requires some approach, it requires some planning. So how did you go about your own transition into a product management career? Maybe Priya, if you would like to take on.
That's a nice question to answer, Muthu, because finding that match is very important. Because you might be all enthusiastic to go and then do product management, but you have to know what does it involve, and then what is it that you have in you, or what you can do to get the solutioning aspect of for building any product. So I have also been experimenting, and it did not happen on its own, or it did not come to me accidentally as it happens. So I had to carve a path for myself with the help of IPL, and as well as with the help of my cohort and my contacts. And also, what you have to do is structure out what is it that you want to do, and get some guidance and understand what is there out in the industry, and is it something which interests you, which you can do passionately, irrespective of whichever field you are in. So that is one aspect. And then another aspect is, yeah, you dive into some roles or solving certain problems, but it is also important to deep dive, because the devil lies in the details. Get into the customer shoes, for instance, understand what is it that you are trying to solve, understand the key metrics. And also, when you are switching, you are making a major transition. What you might have learned you might also have to unlearn certain things. So it also depends on how adaptable you are to the new environment and how quickly you can adapt. Sometimes it might take time if the topic or the industry is entirely different, and sometimes you might actually gel well, because that might be your role or your industry of sorts. So I can say it is always good to experiment instead of being in the same role and fretting about it. Like, I have been open to experiment, and then I've been doing it, because that is where you will identify what is the right match. Because from far everything looks good, or when you are in, you know that you don't want to be in certain place. So identifying what you need to do and in taking that step at the right time and
Right.
having put those efforts are really very important. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for that. I think the accidental product management is the best thing that can happen, but it cannot happen for everyone, right? So, and when you go about a way of finding out what really works for you, it may not just happen just like that, and you may have to try out different roles before you
Correct.
find your
Yeah.
right job to be in. So, Ravikiran, your thoughts on the same?
Yeah, I think uh, in order to move to product management, right, there are multiple options. One, like you said, accidental product management may be a good way where it can test you and it can give you that flavor, and then maybe you will like it or not. And like otherwise, Mukesh said, right, you need to be either then have a passion to either solve customer problems or ask those questions. Okay, why not this, why this, or what additional things I can do about the product and things. And if you have all of that, then I think at some point you need to take that call. So that's where the IPL comes in, to give you that skill set, what is required to make this journey, as well as a tool set on how you can go about doing your job. And once you have this, I think you are pretty much there with respect to what product management requires. Then it's just trying to see which where you can get the best opportunity to showcase those. But yeah, either do the best things would be either accidental or do some experiments, or a lot of people now have their passion to build something, so you can even start with that, and as a parallel activity, start doing that, and then see whether you start liking it, and then take one of the learnings, like the advanced learnings, to actually build in those concepts. So that would be the method what we'll have to go.
Perfect. So now that someone realizes that the product management is for them, and they want to play a role there, and they want to go about the transition, right? So as all of you have also did in your journey, at what point in time that you actually realized that you needed some education, and how did you go about choosing IPL over other institutes when it came to that point in time when you needed some education around product management? I would like to start this with Ravi.
Yes. So when I started with product management, so the journey started from Google and YouTube and a couple of the videos and everything. But the one thing which I was actually missing was the structured approach, or at least the book of knowledge where the table of content is actually introduced to you. So you don't know actually the product development starts when and what are the trigger points and what are the factors to create a product roadmap. So all these aspects of it was not very clear in the structured learning. So I was just looking for it, and fortunately, one of my that time earlier manager actually asked me to get an MBA done, because the life would be very difficult because after some time, because MBA is the new normal these days. And so I was just looking for it. Yes, I did validate it, one of the top niche colleges across the country, and none of the content is actually making sense, and most of the content is actually very generic, talking about very general management or technology aspect of it, but it was really not talking about building solution, entrepreneur side of it, or how startups and corporate side, B2B, B2C. Many questions were really not answered. So that is the time actually I came across IPL. And my first interaction, I still remember with the Rahul Abhyankar, and I was just asking about, like, I was pretty unsure. I was just talking about the definition of product and these kind of things, which is a usual question these days as well. And the kind of answer which we received and the kind of response which we received, it actually hooked me to come back to it again and again. So I was actually finding a reason to pursue MBA here, and so fortunately I joined in 2017, and till 2019 I was pretty active, and still actually community and other aspect of it, I actually see that. So this all thing was actually happening, and one thing which I really liked about IPL's learning was it is a very high octane education, and when it comes down to, most of the sessions actually happens on the Saturdays and Sunday. But unlike any other the certification course, you don't wait for the completely has to be done and then you call yourself. But basically in 6 months down the line, you're matured, you're completely a different person. And every Monday you're going to office after a session, you see a different you. Your presentations, your communication, the way of thought, your clarity, and you are actually taking the lead in every aspect of it. So that is something which actually see a huge value add, because most of the cohorts or most of the industry practitioners which I see, they wait for the course to get over, and then they become suddenly they become a the very transformed person. But here it was not. I can feel my journey, I can see my journey, and I am so much content was actually provided to download. And so that's how I actually see the complete IPL journey was, and that's how my selecting IPL over any other institute the rest of the country.
Perfect. Thank you, Ravi. In fact, Priya, actually, you have a double MBA. Would you like to add your thoughts there?
So when I actually started to think about product management, I had an opportunity to work with very good product managers when I was working with Delhi MC. And that's when I started interacting with internal customers and then the sales partners or the sales enablement team. So that's when that fire of working with the customers and then the intermediate partners came. And then I was like, why can't I be part of a product management team? And then what is it that is lacking in me to get into that? Because I was a normal developer then. When I did my study, all of them were like IIM graduates. So with a person of 4.5 years of experience, I was like, okay, now I have to get into MBA and then I have to do it. Because I didn't know that it's all about what you have to do and then what the product needs from you. So I enrolled for like 1 year executive MBA at IIM, and it was very generic. When I actually started to apply it, it was nowhere fitting into me building a product or providing a good solution to any idea that is being thought to of. So I was again, another round of thought was like, there is something which is missing in me, wherein I cannot attend the interviews confidently even after my MBA, or I don't know, something about product management is missing. So I decided that I will not study, I will only apply what has been learned. So that's when one of my friends or batchmate from IIM directed me to IPL, and I spoke to IPL people, and then I understood that it is a kind of experiential learning. It's not about reading heavy books and then going through the same methodologies or just learning case studies. It is above and beyond the normal MBA that I can say, because I have done one of those already. So this is very specific, and this is what we have to do certain times. As in, when there are plethora of information, when there is a lot of things to learn, one good thing that IPL taught us with all our professors was just after you think through, like in design thinking, now you can pivot and then start thinking section by section, or think about leaning it down into one thing. So that is one. And as I already mentioned, experiential learning was one thing which actually attracted me to IPL. And the cohort also matters a lot. And we have also this amazing opportunity to talk to our main founder Pinkesh for any one-on-one guidance. Even for during transition, I got one-on-one guidance on my resume, or even the mock interview with him helped me a lot. So I came up with a set of questions that the interviewers can ask, and then how I have to understand certain things, or probably solve a case study in what way that the industry is looking out for in a product. Maybe you are good at it, but you have to express well in that 45 minutes of your time. So how will you get that best in you so that you can impress the interviewer is one good thing that I learned. And certain things I had to unlearn as well, which is the good part. So I can actually say that this was a completely different one, and we have actually worked through as a cohort, as a group, as an individual, from storytelling until how our communication should be there. How do we have to approach our customers? What is like how Teja, Saumya, Subodh already spoke in today's calls, and then they have touched upon all the aspects that we have learned in the system, which is actually true, and we can apply it in the industry. That is what is good about it, and then I can attribute that to IPL.
Yep. Thank you, Priya. Moving on. Mukesh, what do you think? PM is always expected to wear multiple hats in his role, right? So they are often expected to do multiple things while the product is evolving. So, what do you think, from your perspective, some of the key skills that a product manager should be having?
Well, that's a very interesting question. Just to give you a background, in this entire career, I have literally done everything in the software lifecycle. I have worked as a developer, as an architect. I have worked as a development lead. I am working as a product manager. I have gone to on-site. I have done demos. I have done installations. I've literally done anything. Okay. So now, the key skills that a product manager in the current scenario should have, even the COVID situation, like Ravi said, it changes a lot of things. Okay, so even for our organization, now mostly deal with enterprise customers, okay? And the sales things are usually low; those are large ticket ones. But in the current scenario, that changes things a lot. You cannot go and meet the customers directly, and you can sell your products to them. Okay, the sales has dropped. So what happens now is you have to start focusing more and more on your digital product strategy. Okay? So one of the key aspects that I would perhaps recommend to anybody is start ramping up your digital strategy and be ready for this kind of situation any given time. Another initiative that I have just started in my organization is one of the, so everybody understands the performance benchmarking and sizing. Okay? Now this can be done every time you have a new customer. You can go ahead, take the load details, and you can arrive at the sizing. But given that we have so much of data available, and we have data science available, machine learning available, it would be wise to actually apply some of those into this area and build up some sort of model. So what I am trying to do here is, based on all the data that we have arrived from benchmark so far, and all the customers that we have deployed across sites, We are collecting all of that data and we are building a model. Okay? So that model in future can be used to predict all the hardware that any given. So you give a load, okay, and it will predict. So when I say this, it might look a little simplistic, but for a large enterprise level software, there are multiple parameters that you have to consider before you can actually arrive at the sizing. So it's based on all those parameters, the customer load, the threads, and all of that, we are trying to derive a model in which you just feed in the customer's load, and it gives you the approximate with a reasonable amount of precision that, okay, this is the amount of hardware that this particular customer should be actually using. So although on paper it sounds a very small thing, okay, we are just arriving at the sizing, but there is a lot of work that's going to get into it. So digital product strategy, I would say number one, and try finding out venues in your product where you can apply the data science and the machine learning. So these are the two key things that I would perhaps recommend to anybody as of today.
Perfect, thank you. And extending on the same conversation from the skills, Ravikiran, this is to you. When this comes to a B2B product management, what do you think some of the specific skill sets that are required for a product manager?
When you look at the B2B, right, it is a little different. We would have always been told as a product managers that you need to identify the problems first, you need to talk to your customers and be on their pulse and things. But when you're in a B2B, the end customer, you might not have so much of access to the end customer. So you might not know how your product is actually being used and what they are feeling and things. If you get those data, it's well and good, depending upon how big organization you are in. But usually you might not get it. So you would go through a business to do it. So in terms of the skill set, all the learnings, what you learn from product management do make sense and are applicable. It's just that the prioritization changes. Here, you will have to prioritize a lot more to stakeholders management, talking to your internal customers and trying to understand from them what is exactly the minds of the people, trying to derive insights from that, focusing more on secondary research and doing some usability testing. So that's the only opportunity you will get where you might reach out to the customers. So and then validate. So one of the key things what I have learned is always build hypothesis about what you think the customer is expected to do. And once you have this hypothesis, then either try to validate this hypothesis by all the different tools available with you. Either if you get an opportunity, validate with your customers. Some you might have access to some of the customers, either as a priority customers or somebody, or you validate with your sales team or your secondary stakeholders, domain experts, anybody. So the whole point is build a hypothesis and try to validate it. And then see how your product is going to best meet the need. But overall, the skill set wise, you will still use all of the things what you learn with respect to the journeys, the empathies, the UX, the product building steps, and all those are going to be applicable across. It's just that the importance or the priority of them might change a little bit.
Perfect. Thank you, Ravi. That's very nicely put. I think while for a B2C companies, it is very easy to get onto, let's say, a survey from 1,000 users, or even scaling your solution to millions of users, right? Whereas in B2B, the situation is completely different, where you have to probably prioritize based on a few enterprise customers that you have, but the size of each of them would be relatively very large. So I think that is very well put, that the method more or less remains the same, but the approach differs between how you are actually taking this, depending on the context of B2B versus B2C. Let me take, there are some interesting questions as well. Let me take one question in the interest of time, and then we can wrap up from there. This is to all of you in the panel, whomever wants to go for it. The question is, before product management and after product management role, right? So what was your perception before getting into the role, and what is some of your realization after you have got into the role?
Maybe I'll take it.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, it depends on what is your perception about product managers. For me, I had a perception that it is like a CEO, meaning you would have a P&L.
Actually, it's often called as a mini CEO role.
It is called as a mini CEO for sure. And then I was expecting my perception, right, at that point, that you would have a P&L given to you and said, okay, now build. And things like that, right? Those kinds of happy path and things. But yeah, the reality can be different depending upon the organization and the role what you play. Some of the bigger organization, your role might be limited to a specific area of the product. You might be only managing the product development part of it, or you might be only managing the product marketing part of it, or go-to-market part of it, or online revenue management part of it, things like that, right? Or in some other organizations, depending upon the scale and the size, you might even get an opportunity to play all of the roles. So it again depends on the company. That's where the many people prefer the startups because of the small scale and the dynamic ability. You tend to play, you tend to get at least experience of all the different flavors and all the different expectation from the role. And usually the bigger companies have, because the portfolio is big and the product is sometimes complex, will have multiple product managers to manage one big product. So you might end up managing a part of the product. But again, even for that particular piece, you will still go through the multiple journeys. That again depends upon the business and the type of B2C or B2B. You might get again experience of all of that or few of those. Again, it's not a very straightforward answer, but depends upon the best part would be you start on your own, right? Then you experience everything, the highs, lows, and everything else. So it again depends upon the role and the company where you are in.
Yeah, that's very nicely put. Actually, not all product managers are mini CEOs, and depending on the size of the organization and the PM culture of that organization itself, the role is going to heavily vary. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, everyone, and that was a great discussion indeed. I hope everyone got some value out of our discussion. We have addressed a few questions as well, and keep your questions coming. We will also answer your questions in the community as well. So yeah, thank you everyone on the panel.
Thank you, Muthu.
Thank you for joining. So can we bring up the feedback form, please?
So while people are voting, I just wanted to share again the open conference for the next session is open. So the folks who have submitted last time and didn't get shortlisted would continue, but go ahead and submit your topics for the next one. And I think the process will continue. It's just that the next one, the theme is more focused and biased towards data science, data analytics, those topics. So appreciate if you can, submit those kind of topics rather than, and the subsequent one is about design. So if you submit any topic related to product design, you will have more time, of course, to do some growth hacking or wear your politician hat and go and try and garner more votes. So please go ahead and do that. And thank you so much, Muthu, for facilitating this.
Thank you, sir.
Really appreciate you. So, folks, before you leave, I think just a quick reminder of what is in store next. I think we have really exciting sessions coming up in terms of the speakers and the topics. Let me just bring that up for you so that you know what it is. If you want to take a quick 5-minute break, this is probably a time. But the next exciting session is around a pretty novel and interesting one, because this is an emerging role across the world and specifically in India. And we are going to talk about what that role is and why that's important and how that's emerging and all of that. So you can feel free to take a 5-minute break, and then we will rejoin at 6:55. Thank you.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the Product Leadership Festival 2020. We will soon start our session, but before we do that, let me welcome the host of the evening, Mr. Sai Satish Vedal. Sai is a senior faculty and an executive coach at Institute of Product Leadership. He was most recently the Director of Product Management at Oracle. Welcome, Sai. It's great to have you.
Thank you, Sonal. It's good to be back. And I think we are at day 5 of the Product Leadership Festival. So before we get to the exciting session, I'd like to, run over a few things, just take a couple of minutes, talk about the festival, talk about the community and the engagement so far. So Product Leadership Festival is a 5-day festival this month. Whose theme is focused on career insights on design, data, product data and design. More emphasis on product on this instance. The next one that we're going to have in another couple of weeks, emphasis will be more on data. But these days it's hard to separate product and data because they are getting intertwined more and more. And this festival started on April 28th. Today is the last day. We had some very interesting sessions from the community speakers. We have 2 more exciting sessions to go, this one and the one after this. But the Product Leadership Festival is run by Institute of Product Leadership. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with IPL, IPL started in 2012 as India's first B school for technology managers, helping senior working professionals transform and transition their careers into product leadership roles. Right, IPL designs and delivers programs that are helpful and with specific skill sets, approaches, framework, and mindsets, partners with various universities and delivers this to senior working professionals. Now, as part of the 7-year journey, there's a very vibrant community that is created in India, the product community, right? And the evidence of that, some of that we saw today in terms of the community speakers who are part of the product community, nurtured with IPL and the alumni network, about 2,000 plus strong alumni network there. Now, before we get into this discussion, I would ask all of you to ask your questions on the specific LinkedIn thread created for this discussion, right? So here's a QR code on the top right corner. Take out your phone, scan that QR code, and it'll directly take you to the thread, LinkedIn thread that's created. Now, there are some advantages of doing that. One is, if you ask your questions on this Zoom chat box, there's a lot of other stuff going on and we won't be able to clearly monitor and get your questions. The other thing is, when you ask the questions on Zoom, it's a transient one. Once the session is over, those questions are lost. But I will request the speakers, after the discussion, when they get some time, to go to that LinkedIn thread and respond to some of the questions that we won't be able to take in this discussion, right? So I will be monitoring that thread. The team is looking at it, and we will pick the best question, and you will get an amazing gift delivered to you, right? So go ahead right away. And if you are unable to scan the QR code, the link for this will also be posted on the Zoom chat box, right? So with that, I'd like to introduce all of you to our incredible speaker today, very accomplished speaker, Ullas Nambiar. Hello, Ullas. Nice to see you. And thank you for joining. So Ullas is a senior VP of AI research and product development at Accenture, right? And Ullas have seen pretty much, started his journey very early on in data science, data analytics, AI, machine learning, and all of that, and now heading the AI research and product development at Accenture. Before that, Ullas was a CTO of Zensa Technologies. Mismentioning, he has a PhD in computer science, so maybe I should have called you Dr. Ullas. Sorry about that. I hope you don't take offense. I know, a PhD carries a lot of weight. And of course, not just PhD, but he has about 50 plus research papers to his credit and several patents. So we are talking to a very accomplished person in the field of data science, data analytics, machine learning, and all of that. So thank you again, Ullas, for joining this. Before we get into the discussion, I actually got a little bit curious, right? The topic for the discussion, just for reminding everyone, is an emerging role of data science manager, right? What is a data science manager role? Who is this persona or entity? What are their responsibilities? And why is that gaining momentum or importance in India, right? So while I was thinking these through, and in fact, it got reinforced by a little quick LinkedIn research that I did, right? So very fascinating numbers, and I'll give you some numbers. Maybe you can help us, all of us, interpret that in some ways, right? So when I looked at people with data scientist in their title, right, I found about 8.9 million of them worldwide, right? However, in India, we only have 60,000 of them. So there's a huge gap, right? Now, I'm sure there is a good explanation for that, right. but it gets better, right? Then I started searching for people with titles in data analytics, right? Data analyst. And this is interesting. Now, worldwide, there are about 6.97 million, but in India, we have 5.5 million of them. So India seems to be a data analyst company, or rather a lot of data analysts coming from this, right? With at least on the titles. And then another, it gets even better now, right? So I did now search for does anybody has this title called data science manager, right? So is this a new one? It's emerging one. And the numbers are fascinating, right? 5 million or so worldwide. And in India, we have about 350,000 people with data science manager as a title. Now, when I do a quick check of, what is the path that they have taken to come to data science manager, I found predominantly folks from data analyst background, right? And so it seems like we have a huge population of data analysts in India, and seems like a nice career path in front of them to become a data science manager, right? So help us understand these numbers while, and after that, I want to get a quick poll on what is the audience's current understanding of what this data science manager is, right? And then we can. So please go ahead.
Sure. So Sai, I think you spent the morning doing some data science or data analysis, I would say. I think those numbers reflect that we are in India as such, we're in the early stages of this transition to data science, right? And there is a history to it, right? So data science essentially means that you have a lot of data that you own, and then you're trying to crunch those, understand the data, look for insights in the data, and then do some decision making on top of that. And now if you look at Indian IT landscape as such, right, we in the last 20 plus years we have really looked at the back office, and we have sort of brought the strength of our workforce, right, our young vibrant workforce, to sort of taking off the back office of the global entities. So now whereas a lot of the data science and the decision making that comes out from data science is usually front office, is more strategy, more business focused. And rightly so, since these businesses have been running outside of our domain or our geography, early growth in that space has happened outside of India, because the decision makers are sitting outside, right? We are still supporting the back office. Now, as more and more our own economy is growing, we are going to become a 5 trillion economy. A lot of homegrown institutions are coming up, right? And we are homegrown as well as global institutions, right? Which are seen as, bellwether organizations coming out of India. We will see that paradigm shift, which is coming through, right? So we will have more and more people. In fact, I think the entire product leadership initiative that Mukesh and team has started is also, and I would say, a beacon that we are now moving towards more of a product sort of ecosystem versus the services ecosystem that we started, right? And so the same applies to data science, right? So I would not call this, I would call this as an inflection point, right? And it will change. So there is a pre-COVID and a post-COVID. We'll have to see post-COVID what is the normal going to be, right? But the fact is that we are on an upwards trajectory. So these numbers should not dishearten us. If anything, these should actually give us more hope that there is more scope for these roles to come within India, more of our folks to actually step up and become these. And our education system actually helps us there, right? We almost everyone has a math background and a science background. So it's actually good for us. I think a lot of our engineering students can actually, if they so desire, take on this path, right? It's not going to be easy. I mean, I just want to be very pragmatic here, right? None of this is going to be easy, right? It is not a fly-by-night wire or fly-by-night kind of an operation that today you are an engineer and tomorrow you are going to become a data scientist, right? It will take its own time, its own scope, and bigger, more than that, I think people should be driven by, are they passionate about what they are doing, right? There is always a hype cycle, and data science was on the hype cycle a couple of years back. Last year it was AI, and this year it is COVID, right? So next year we will come back to what it is going to be. But let's not go with the hype. Let's go with the fact that what is it that you like? What is it that you can bring to the table? It's a change, right? And people should expect that nothing is going to be easy here. But I think it's a fair one. I think it's a great place to be.
So the takeaway from that is, I think the future is bright for people who want to pursue into not just the data science, core data science role where it is math heavy, computing heavy, but into roles where we will talk about on what this data science management and manager is, right? Specifically around it. So I want to get your perspective on, start from the beginning, just start peeling the onion to understand what is the data organization, constitution, and all of that. But before that, as I said, let's just do a quick poll from the audience to see, what is the composition of this audience and what is the level of understanding of what the role around data science manager is, right? So I encourage all of you listening in to take this quick poll and give us your view on, have you heard of this data science manager, and understand this and understand how to get to this role if that is what is important, right?
Yeah, that'll be great. This reminds me of the KBC phone a friend or audience poll kind of stuff, right? I should pick the answers based on what is the highest, but
no, I think that, this is always throws us off because at least to me, what I believe is going to be the majority viewpoint doesn't always turn out, right? And here what we are seeing right now is majority of the folks, about 50 to 55% of the folks are saying, hey, it is a product manager role with strong data science background, right? And maybe that's not what this means, and we would love, we'll get to that discussion to understand this better. But let's start with a quick view on, you run a data organization, right? And there are lots of data teams that are being set up by many companies, acknowledging the importance of usage of data in decision making, in data-driven decision making, right? So what is a typical composition or constituents of these data teams? What roles and titles come in? I mean, we keep hearing a lot of buzzwords, right? Data analyst, data engineer, data scientist, and all of that. So help us, give us, throw some light on that.
Right. So it's a great question. And I would say there's not one single answer here, right? And remember, keep in mind that these roles and titles change with time, with the hype cycles that we go through, right? So if you look at it a couple of years back, a whole bunch of titles were around data science, right? You would have a data scientist or a data engineer, or a senior data scientist, principal data scientist, right? Or head of data science, chief data officer. This was something that was touted a couple of years back as the significant other CXO role, which is going to come, right? And in none of these titles which I have taken, you would see the differentiation between a leadership role versus individual contributor role. Right? So these titles mean that you could have either of those, right? So you could be a principal data scientist and have a team, or it could be a principal data scientist who is super smart individual who just gets very hands-on and is churning out the latest of maybe pricing models, right? And just making so these titles do not really align with the standard management understanding of how our organizations are built, right? Because they were typically new and people are really exploring what could this be. So you could, that's why I said, so chief data officer is something you would know, okay, would have a team, but you could not look at a principal data scientist and say it's an individual contributor. It varied with the organization you would go in, right? The larger organizations would obviously mean that principal data scientist was somebody who's looking at strategy.
So you're saying don't go by the titles, but
don't go by the title, right? Go by the role, right? Go by the organization, go by the organization size of the team, Size of the team is more important.
Okay.
Largely, data science teams are not going to be humongous, right? So we are used to a services economy where, you know, managers have 200, 300 people, VPs have 1,000 people. Whereas if you had a VP of data science, you would have a 20-member team. Right.
And so does this only constitutes constituent is data scientists, or do we also have the other data wizards, I call them, right?
Correct.
So analysts, data engineers, and
So let me step back, right? So I have always called data scientist as a mythical beast, like the unicorn. Right?
Unicorn.
There is no data scientist, right? Because if you look at data science, right, you need the technical acumen, right? So you really need to understand your algorithms, your statistical models, your machine learning models, and your AI models, your deep learning models, right? So you need somebody who is really good at the technical aspects of number crunching. Right? And then you could have a statistician who could do a lot of these on the very standard structured business data, right? So now you have two different, competencies which nobody ideally would have, right? Then you need somebody who understands the business, right? Who can go in and understand, okay, where is data coming from? What is the data used for, right? And then you need someone who is great at visual storytelling, like somebody who can visualize, right? And so on and so forth. And then you need a domain expert, right? So all of this is fine. But if suppose you are in, and I'll give some examples. I have ran data science for Myntra, which is a fashion tech business, right? So, and I went in, I had no fashion experience, right? I was before that I was doing healthcare. So from healthcare to fashion tech is a huge shift. So you needed somebody who was an SME in fashion, right? Who understood, okay, what styles go together, right? What does a catalog typically look like? What is menswear, women's wear, right? What buys in the season, off season? So you need an SME who comes in. Now you don't expect all of these to come from one individual. So data science teams are what I typically call, right? The data science team would have all of these capabilities.
Okay. So you're calling on as data science teams, not just a
scientists, right?
There are all these roles
these roles, correct, right? And then if you're building products and for using them, you need an architect, you need a proper engineer, right? You need an engineering team, which is doing
all of this. So the data engineering team is the one that, if based on limited understanding and help us throw light on this, is the one who looks at data, wrangles it, processes it, labels it, tags it, and then cleans that up for using for models.
So, certain extent, yes, certain extent. So I would call a data engineering team as someone who is sort of getting down and dirty into the data and saying, okay, here are 10 different disparate systems from where data is getting generated today. We need to stitch all of that together to give a unified view for our data scientists or data science teams to actually now slice and dice, right? So you are actually taking from this disparate, you're bringing those pipes, you're keeping them alive, you're ensuring they're running every day, right? And then loading into your data warehouse or your data lake, right? And from the data lake, then your scientists will come in and take some piece of the data lake and say, here is how I'm going to massage this, is the main insights. Right? So those both are critical functions. Both are important functions.
So all of this is part of a typical data project workflows. Is that fair to say that ingestion of data and then processing of that? Okay. And what other steps or workflows are there? Right from the beginning.
So typical data science and I still hope that we'll go beyond this, right? Typical data science seems to be more like a lab experiment, right? So people, even if you have data science teams, the data science output doesn't go into a live product very easily, right? So it becomes a decision-making input. It goes into a lot of charts and presentations, but doesn't really become a consumer-facing product that easily, right? Unless you have, let's say, that's the reason I give up Myntra, right? Unless you have an app and you're a B2C company and you're able to put those insights into action very quickly.
Right. So in this context now, what we're saying is the person with a role of managing the project, the workflows, and also the various roles that are there in the team, including analysts. Are we calling this role now as a data science manager? Or is
I would call so again, I would say this is dependent on the organization, right? The titles, as I said earlier, are dependent on the organization, how the organization is structured, how the overall leadership is structured, right? So it could be the data science manager is a very technical individual who is managing a few very junior data scientists and data engineers and data analysts. Or in a large organization, data science manager could be somebody who is taking a data science program into the business and impacting products in the business, right? It depends on the maturity of the organization itself. Right? If it is a mature data-driven organization, then data science manager could be somebody who just comes and puts all of this together and takes that as an offering to the other.
So this is not a people management role who manages just the people, but actually has strategic implications and needs to take a much more business point of view and work with the data folks in the team to get projects going.
Right. Yeah. As again, I would say it would not work for every organization. Right? The smaller the organization, the more the number of caps you're going to wear. The larger organization, it will be much more easier. The clarity of the role is going to be better, right? And the functionality could also be more business and strategic versus people management. Right? Again, as I said, it could be different, right? I mean, as a manager, it could be team lead. Look, you could say data science team lead. And as I said, if you're looking at technical people management roles in a data science team, typically it is called senior data scientist and a principal data scientist, right?
Or we are seeing manager data science. Is that
yes?
Right?
Manager data science is more of a people management role, right? Versus looking at a product as such, right?
Right.
So I think that roles, the titles do not actually sort of say what it is. Right?
Correct. So for all practical purposes, what we are saying here is the role of a data science manager is in smaller organization, it will still involve people managing. In larger organization, the emphasis or the time where they need to spend more is around with the business stakeholders, with the product strategy, and bring in that perspective and those needs and those requirements into the data projects and create data projects and workflows around them. And make sure that, and of course, there are a few other things that I want to check with you whether that is. So, which means that this particular role would need to work and collaborate with cross-functional teams. Is that a fair thing to say?
Right. So, let's take a step back, right? So data science is in all organizations is seen as a very niche team, right? Usually you would report into the CTO or the CDO or the Chief Innovation Officer, right? And it is seen, it's in a heavy duty team. It is seen as strategically important, right? In many ways, right? So all organizations want to say that they have data science.
At least they want to be seen that they are doing something about it.
Right. So it's a marketing tool.
Correct.
So you have a lot of people who bring that, outside in perspective of we are doing something cool and fancy. But also it means that there is a lot of visibility, right? And there is a lot of focus on the team, right? And I think people have become smarter at leveraging that team of late. But early on, it was mostly sort of an ivory tower role. It was put on a pedestal and showcased around. It was not really seen as something that would really add to the productivity of the organization, but largely more of a marketing and a mind share gain opportunity, right? So that's why the teams were smaller. Of late, people have started becoming saying that, okay, all organizations are data driven now. So you need to have a lot more, insights coming out from the data you generate or you consume. And based on that, can you make your processes leaner, better, sharper, products better? So there is a lot more focus on leveraging the data science teams today.
Sorry, go ahead.
And all I'm saying is that with the last couple of years, the data science team has now taken a shift towards more of being called as a machine learning team or an AI team.
So just to keep up with the buzzwords that are going on.
Buzzwords, yes.
Okay, good. And how do you see a career path evolving for somebody who wants to get into this data science manager role? What is the few steps ahead, just to give them a viewpoint?
Right. And I would call it as for every role, right? In every organization, there are two paths you can take, right? It is, and the same is applicable to data science, right? So if you come into a data science team, let's say you graduate from a top university, come fresh into an organization and become a data scientist there, let's say junior data scientist. Right?
Or also, given by the numbers that we saw, a lot of data analysts possibly want
correct, right? So even if you join the team, right, and you start as a data analyst and you start moving up, right, typically you will start as an individual contributor, right? And then once you start as an individual contributor, you have two paths to progress. There is a technical path or a technical ladder that you take, and there is a managerial ladder,
Right.
And in other parts of the organization, the managerial ladder eventually becomes a people managerial role.
Correct. Right.
Whereas data science or machine learning or AI is always going to be deeply technical. Right. And the people who your constituents, your team is always going to be technical, right? They will always need technical guidance here. So if you are coming from within the team, you will still have to keep up with your technical chops, right? So irrespective of how high you go, people still are going to look up to you and say, okay, I'll go and suddenly throw
you
a
are
random
the data science
statement.
guy.
You're a data science guy. I will come and talk to you about this NP hard problem, and you should be able to still not balk at the fact that this is NP hard, right? You will still have your technical pieces, right? Whereas that is not the case when you are looking at the other business lines, like your sales or your marketing.
Yeah, correct.
You can have pure people management skills, right? You may not really understand, or you may have been a salesman in the past, but now you're looking at an entire geography, right? And you're not doing on the ground sales. Whereas in technical roles, given the fact that these teams are going to be small, right? Even if you grow, you will not have the 1,000-member data science team. You still have a 100-member data science team.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, and all of these, and one of the things that this may not be politically correct, but data scientists and AI engineers have a huge persona, right? So because they are seen as these, superstars. Superstars.
Yeah.
Correct. There are superstars. They have egos to manage and egos to maintain, right? So even as you grow higher up, people management skills are very, very important. Right? How do you understand what are the strengths of each of the individual on your team? How do you make sure that you're leveraging, giving them the best of opportunities and making use of their skills to the best outcomes?
So for those people who want to go down that path from the data science manager, along with people management, you're talking about head of data science or chief data officer as probably the role. Right. But still you're emphasizing that since it's still a technical role, you still better know when somebody comes and asks you that algorithm.
Absolutely, right? And that's the same with a technical organization. If you're in the engineering also, right? If you're VP of engineering, you still need to know what is the latest programming models, right? You really cannot go away with that. So that's the truth of data science.
Correct. Yeah. So I think in briefly you alluded to something which I want to check with our audience. Is data science and data science manager specifically limited to certain industries, or is it industry agnostic, right? So let's see if we can get a pulse from the audience what they think about it right now.
Yeah.
So that maybe I'll share the results. Last one I missed sharing that results, but this one because you kind of mentioned that in your past experience on fashion industry, healthcare industry, there was also very robust use cases and users, right? So
So I would say that every organization today is a digital organization. Right? In every organization, moment you're a digital organization, you are going to churn out data, and you need to now make sense of this data, right? Whether it is coming from your internal processes, or you are interacting with your customers and partners, and they are generating data, right? So I think the data science is something that is applicable across industries.
Looks like the audience agrees, so that's good.
That's a good one.
I think it's good to understand what the so that we can address it, if that is not the case, right? So, now I think I want to, is this a hype thing or is this something real? What is the importance of this? Why is this particular role that we mentioned about the data science manager important? Is it because of the constituents of the team that you said, individual contributors, strong personas in either data analysts or data scientists or data engineers, and so what? So what's the problem here for an organization or a team? And why? What is the need for us to bring that particular role to orchestrate this?
Right. So a couple of things, right? And this is typical to all leadership roles, right? All leadership roles. One of the key aspects of a leadership role is to drive or is to motivate your team, right? Lead by example, set the visions, identify what is the growth path for the team as a whole, how is it aligned to the organization, and how that helps the individual, right? So that remains constant even if you're a data science manager. Each of the individual team members are going to ask, what is the growth path? How am I contributing? Why am I valuable, right? So you need to be able to articulate that well, right? So if you aspire to grow into that role, your team members are going to ask that question, right? So what is it? Because remember, as I said, data science is not still seen as a positive contributor to the overall top line of the business. It is a hidden, it's something that drives the engine, but it's not sales, right? You're not driving sales. Sales, it's easy to see the number, right? So I close so many deals. This is the top line I have brought in, right? And if you're a delivery, then I can come and say, okay, these many products I have delivered, these many customers I have interacted with. Now,
so it's only it's only a matter of time that the businesses will ask for, or business stakeholders will ask for ROI, right?
ROI, right? It'll take some time, and not everybody is going to understand the value of the organization, right? So your chief innovation officer is going to definitely understand. Your CDO understands. Your CTO understands, but your head of sales may not understand what this brings, right? Your HR head may not understand really how the value is coming, right? Your other business, heads may not understand. So you need to actually explain the value that the team is going to bring, right? And it is not very visible, right? Unlike other metrics, as I mentioned, this is not very visible that how you added value to this, because
that's right.
While if you give the insights from the data, somebody has to act on those insights for them to become business and
to even derive the value out of it.
Derive the value, right? So that's the biggest challenge, right? So people will start feeling, okay, how am I really contributing? Are we really valuable to the organization, right? And so the metrics have to be different, and the organizations have not figured out the right metrics for evaluating a data science or a team or a data scientist as such, right? They typically tend to have, and all large organizations have standard metrics and standard curves and all of that. So it becomes a little difficult. So as a data science manager, you need to be able to, walk that path of what the business wants, what your team wants. It's a little bit more complex because you have these personas who are very strong, right? And the other big challenge which I have from my experience, and it could be others may have different experiences, that these are strong individual contributors, right? They have not been trained to work on large teams, right? So working on teams, working with cross-functional teams, working with teams, and remember, data science, as I said, is a niche team, also is a high-profile team, is a high intellect team, right? Whereas the rest of the organization may not have the same intellect, they may not be of the same wavelength. So it becomes a little hard for these people with higher IQs to work with people with normal IQ, right? So that is also the thing that the data science manager will have to do, right?
So essentially, it's something that the engineering teams went through a couple of decades ago.
Right? Before it became the norm, engineering was seen as something that happened in the ivory tower. They have an R&D, R&D labs, they used to do something. Now data science has gone there, right? R&D has become kind of everyday business, but data science is still there. So you still have to have, how do you dumb down some of the stuff and make sure others understand it, right? So those communication, the ability to actually sell your organization. So data science manager is also a salesman or a saleswoman, right? They have to constantly sell the value that the team is going to bring, because the value is not perceivable. It doesn't come in your, books. It doesn't really come. Only thing that comes in the books is the cost. Right? So it becomes a little harder. It's something that you have to be sitting there. You have to believe in the team, and you need to bring that, belief into your team. Team have to start believing that they are contributing, right? And then sell upwards. I think the key is to sell upwards. Selling outwards eventually happens, right? As you go up into head of data science and a chief data officer, you will also start interacting with the outside organization. You start interacting with your marketing agencies, your analysts. You will start talking to the customers.
Right.
And at that point, you will need to start being a more strategic sales role. But till then, it's internal sales, right? You need to constantly be evangelizing your team, right? And
so two things you're saying. One is evangelizing to your business stakeholders who are investing in this, to say that, here is what we are doing. Here is the, progress that's being made. While there may not be immediate ROI, that it's very important to keep the communication going. Otherwise, people who don't see this, people who don't understand this, might consider this as a cost that can be cut as the first instance, right?
Correct.
So it's a very challenging role there. The other one is managing the team itself, and not just individuals and their own whims and fancies, but also in terms of the processes and workflows, right? So many, I mean, I keep hearing this from several folks in the industry that, my data science team is really experimenting, creating prototypes, but they are just that, they are prototypes. We are not able to take this to the production. So does the DSM or data science manager influence or put these things in place?
Correct. Yes. So I think it's also important for data science managers to start becoming more focused on delivery, as in delivering outcomes from the team. Identify individuals who are more focused towards creating an end-to-end product. And then there are certain individuals who are still going to be more exploratory, very experimental. They like being on the cutting edge and the bleeding edge of things. But many times when you're the bleeding edge of things, you don't really get a product, because you still take time to actually build that, understand the fallout of this technology you're using. So you still have to carve out a small team out within your data science team, which is looking at beyond the horizon. I call it as Horizon 3 in projects, right? Everybody wants to work on Horizon 3 because there is no accountability, right? You're basically saying, I'm going to go to other galaxy. Moonshot. Everybody wants to be a moonshot, right? But moonshots are not going to pay your bill, right? Moonshots will pay after 20 years. So you still want to do your Horizon 1 and Horizon 2, which is the 6 months down the line. What are you going to give back to your business? What are you going to do in 2 years? And then what are you going to go after and develop in 3 or 5 years, right? And this has to be aligned to the larger organizational goal and strategy. And strategy is a living organism, right? It keeps changing as the ecosystem changes. Now, so you as a data science manager or a lead of data science team, you need to be aware of this. You need to be plugged into what's happening. And if you're not plugged in, you need to ask that seat on the table, right? And then transfer that information back to your team. Identify that everybody is aligned on that and they understand, right? Sometimes, and the key is also to be not faced by failure, which is the biggest issue with data science, right? Unlike the other parts of the organization, right? Other parts of engineering, it's a given, right? You start doing a project, there is an outcome, and you decide that it's always going to be successful.
And you kind of master that flows in terms of experimenting, testing, figuring out what works, what not. But here we're still in rapid experimentation phase and a lot of failures, because do you call that as a failure, or do you call that it's an incorrect, different conclusion, right?
It's a learning, right? So I think that's the other piece, that when you start evangelizing to the other outside of within your team, outside of within the larger organization, I think that's going to be a challenge, right? So how do you actually convince the people that this is more like running a startup, like innovation teams or data science teams? They will have a high rate of failure. They will try lots of things, right? But people are also going to ask for successes. So you need to have those easy to do things which you show as success, and then the harder ones you convince that this will take some more time. But people expect something to come out periodically, right? So managing those are going to be the challenges as a data science manager, right? Setting expectations and ensuring that people understand the difference between this team versus other teams.
No, it sounds like a lot of responsibility, but very exciting role to go with. Now, one little perspective on, are all these roles going to be separate, or are you seeing this as merging or converging into few people in terms of?
No, I think if you're asking about the data science team, the way we explain data analyst, data engineer, the machine learning team, the visualizing team, I think the way is going to be more of, specialization, right? So you expect, as you start building bigger and bigger things, you expect more and more specialists to come in. So if I am somebody focused on visualization, I want the person to actually go to the next best way of visualizing, right? And instead of websites, is this reactive apps. Now I want that person to actually show that, right? So you don't expect that role to be now done by your machine learning engineer.
Right.
Because the learning curve for that engineer is going to be too huge, and the first products are going to be shoddy. So you will expect more of these roles to come in. I would say an SME role, right? Let's say if the organization starts diversifying, right? So now you may have an expertise in a certain line of business. Maybe you're in the food industry, and suddenly you go into agriculture industry. Now you don't have the expertise of that. So you will need to bring one more SME into it who understands agriculture, somebody who understands pharma, somebody who understands healthcare. So more and more people are going to come into the team. It is going to become bigger. It is going to get more and more specialized.
Okay.
So that's going to be key, especially as you start becoming more and more important to the business.
Yeah.
I think people will take more specialized roles.
Specialized. So look, we've talked about this role being interfacing with the business stakeholders, trying to communicate with them, explain to them the progress and the time it's going to take for the ROI, while internally doing it and evangelizing it. Essentially, a big evangelization role, while still being technical and the skills that you need, because you are now dealing with a lot of technical roles. So before we get into the skill sets that would be required, I want to take a quick poll from our audience to see what they think or what kind of skill set might be needed, right? So, and then you can comment on that and elaborate on that to see, what skills might apply here and what people should be equipping themselves with.
Sure.
Good. I think, again, I encourage folks on the call to, just take a vote so that we get a good representation. And by the way, these results will be shared as part of the Insights report that will be public after this festival, and you will get a copy of it. You can look at this and so help contribute towards creating these insights from the audience here. Good. I think so. Let me just share with you also, Ulas, for you to see. Are you able to see the results?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. So it looks like a majority of the people are saying both data analysis and business understanding. Looks like pretty much everybody agrees with all the skills here, right? Is there anything that is missing here, or is there something that you don't believe is going to be requiring high importance or value in this?
No, I agree with those lists. I think, but I feel that one of the key things is the soft skills part of it, right?
Okay.
So leadership skills is a very broad area. Right? The rest of them were technical. Right?
So maybe we can, in that category, if you can highlight us, what are the specific soft skills that you refer to?
Yeah. So I feel this is not just for data science, right? This is across the board for engineering teams, right? And the engineers are not the best of communicators, right? It takes an effort on their side to communicate, especially with folks who are not as tech savvy as they are.
Indeed, yeah.
And remember, those are the guys who are in the business side of things. They are the sales, right?
Yeah.
You don't expect an engineer to become a sales guy and come to you, right? You expect somebody with a marketing and a sales background to come here. Your end clients and consumers are not going to be as tech savvy as you are. It's like driving a car, right? You drive a Ferrari, you don't really understand what goes inside. You're just a rich person buying the car and driving it, right? If you're an enthusiast, obviously you know how it goes, right? But if you're just an average guy, most of the time you don't understand what the technology that goes into a car. Same applies to people who are going to use data science and AI as part of their products they use, right? So you would need to be able to communicate the value you're bringing, one internally as well as to your external audience, the consumers, right? So key to me is the effective communication. And the other piece of effective communication is to understand who is the receiver of this communication. Right? So within your organization, if you're talking to your manager who is very tech savvy, you can go into the depths of technology, and that's the expectation. Right? You don't kind of hide the facts, right? You go deep into the technology and you explain and try to debate and discuss and come up with a product. But if the higher up you start going, or you go into a different line of business, you're talking to your VP of engineering or to your head of marketing and sales, you need to be able to convince that person saying there is value in what you're doing, right? But not trying to go and give algorithmic detail to that individual, because the person is not going to grasp it, and it's a waste of the time, and the person is not going to see value in participating with you or partnering with you. And that is going to be key, how to present the right level of information and the right type of information at the right point in the conversation, right? That's the key, right? That's why I say that communication is going to be key, and it is not just data science, right? I think in any corporate career, The ability to communicate is going to be key. Right?
So under the ambit of communication, you also seem to be referring that because you need to work with cross-functional teams, there is a negotiation aspect, there's influencing aspect, all of these things come into play.
Correct. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So
And so not just the technical skills, but technical skills like what we saw around stats and analytics, and probably even predictive and prescriptive is going to be more important. But also the business skills, right? The business skills could include, and you're saying that this is a strategic role. You need to start thinking this in terms of how does the work that your team does impact the strategy and vice versa, right? What is how do we incorporate the strategy into this, which clearly includes some. I'm guessing that you need to understand some financial skills as well, business finance skills, right? So awesome. And so there are questions that are coming up on these topics. We'll take a couple of them just in the interest of time, and I'm just trying to paraphrase some of these things, right? So one is there is a skill gap and in the teams among the people, especially in all the skills that we talked about. How can one bridge this skill gap? How can we transform our career towards a data science manager? Are there any tips that you can give to bridge that gap in oneself? And of course, it's also a function of the organization, whether that organization has such a role, right? And how it encourages. So any tips on that?
So
just go to online courses and do it, or how?
I think the key is this, right? So typically engineering teams prefer their bosses to be engineers, right? And it's a known fact. There are lots of studies about that, right? If a non-engineer comes in or a non-technical individual is leading the team, there is a loss of productivity to the team, right? Overall, they don't look up, they don't believe what the leader is saying, right? Because they don't trust the individual to understand their challenges. Right? So, but again, this is organizational in nature, right? So if you're coming at a very senior level, then obviously they expect you to know more about the business than the technical. So if you are like the first line manager, I will use the term first line, which is I am the lowest rung as a data scientist, and I have somebody who is leading me as a manager. I have a group of 4 or 5, and somebody is managing us. My expectation is that I should be able to have a very technical, strong conversation over a cup of tea or a coffee with my manager, right? But if I'm talking to a head of data science or a VP of data science, that person better understand the business. That person better understand how I'm going to get promoted, how I'm making impact, and not so much as about linear regression, right? Because I am never going to go and talk to this gentleman or lady about linear regression and the deep learning and ResNet and all of that, right? I expect that person to be able to sell to the CXOs, right? So the level that you're going to come in, the team's expectation varies about that. And that is not just data science. It is across the organization. In any team that you go, the higher up you are, the expectation is that you are more business savvy and you are able to convince your peers at that level, right? So that applies. So if you are coming in as a data science manager and you have a team of 20 and there are a couple of team leads or data science leads under you, then the expectation from the team is going to be that you are able to convince your chief innovation officer, chief data science, chief data officer or CTO or the CEO even, right?
Which means
to
you don't
invest more.
Yeah, which means don't just be buzzword compliant, but you really need to get a hands-on experience on at least one end-to-end project, so that you are able to understand the nuances in it, so for you to have a meaningful conversation with your team, as well as also have that conversation with your leadership.
Ideally, I would say somebody who is playing that role should have delivered 1 or 2 projects end-to-end. Right, being part of such initiatives, then slowly grown up that organization. So it may not be data science. You could be an engineer. You could have done some technical work and developed a product and be part of an end-to-end delivery, and then you've grown from there. And now you are taken up an AI or a data science team. At least you understand the technical challenges of building, define, design. I call it as 4 Ds of product management. Right, you define, you design, you develop, and you deploy. But if you do the first 3, but you never do the deployment part of it, you are an incomplete leader. Because all the nightmares that you can think of will come in your deploy stage. All your assumptions are going to go out of the window when you deploy. And if you have done a couple of those, you now know you are smart. You can start defining based on the deployment you're going to do. Otherwise, you're going to be doing a pie in the sky kind of thinking, right? And that's not what somebody expects from the leader. You want the leader to have done this before, right? So that's a key aspect to it to be.
Good. So one last question before we wrap this up. And by the way, thanks to Rajan and Naresh for asking that question before. So Shruti is asking, essentially, can you help us understand what role does a product manager play in all these things in data science team?
Right. I think it's a great query, right? And I've had this outside of this conversation also in the past. People have come and said, I'm a product manager.
Yeah.
Now I have to bring data science or AI into my product. And so far I was doing more of engineering. Now, and suddenly I feel short. I'm not able to have a conversation, right? And I would say that if you're a product manager, you should already be doing this, right? You are an influencer, right? I mean, maybe people use the term CEO, etc. But if you have worked closely with a CEO, you will know that a CEO brings in a CXO. A CTO or a CFO, it's not because they don't understand it. It's because they need that specialist skills of that domain to come. So it's the head of sales, head of data science. All of these are roles that you need to have. Similarly, as a product manager, you need to be aware that, okay, I need to understand this domain, but I did not solve the problems in that domain. And I need to understand what data science can do or what AI can do. But there was always going to be an AI lead I'm going to be partnering with, right? As far as I am able to influence, I'm able to get a partnership going with that individual who's leading the team, I'm in good hands. I don't need to understand the nth level of the deep learning network which has been created by them. That's not what a product manager is supposed to do. The same argument as I said, right? They are starting to look at you as, can you bring new business to me? Can you explain this value I'm deriving to the business stakeholders, right? Can you ensure that we as a team are seen as valuable, right? That's what the product manager is supposed to do. And then connect with the sales team, the marketing team, the engineering team, all of those things. Ensure
and make sure that the value is actually delivered.
Value is actually articulated well. You set the timelines. You would have multiple deliverables going to come in. You ensure that nobody is slacking. That's what a product manager is supposed to do, right? So and today it's data science, tomorrow quantum computing key is going to come, right?
Indeed.
We cannot suddenly start becoming quantum computing experts just because we're a data product manager, right? So you will still have to, you will have your core capabilities. You would have come with a capability. That is why you became a product manager. So my suggestion to all the folks who are now looking at this is to not feel short, right? They should feel confident that I have done this before, right? And it's just a new skill. It's a new team I have to work with, a new team I have to influence. It's a new partnership. So it will take some time, right? I mean, it's like any other relationship. Every relationship takes time, right? They need to start trusting you.
And more importantly, I think this looks like a really good opportunity, especially for professionals with some data background, to get into from a career path perspective, right? It looks like great, and companies are realizing that as more and more they set up the teams, you now need somebody to anchor that team, to be able to be interfacing with the business stakeholders, to be able to evangelize the work that is being done, and of course to get to that role, you have outlined a few skills around technical, business, and soft skills, right? So leadership ones. So awesome. I think this has been an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for your insights, Ulas. Really appreciate it. Now, just a few things before we wrap up this session. I wanted to let people know that there's been a lot of questions. Thank you for posting them on the LinkedIn thread. Ulas, I would request you later when you have some time, go through that thread in the LinkedIn and respond to people's queries, so that if any unanswered questions here, I try to paraphrase some of them, but you can help them answer that, right?
Yeah,
so
no, absolutely.
Based on what I've seen and we've asked, I think Shruti gets the best question award today, and Shruti, your gift will be on its way to you. And thank you all for joining. So we have, and thank you, Ulas, for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, and have a nice day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. And folks, don't go away anywhere. We have another exciting session, the last one, but I think to me, the most exciting one personally. But we will join back in another few minutes. Sonal, over to you if you're here, and would like to take 30 seconds to give the feedback to that session, please. Can we bring up that poll on the feedback one? It looks like the poll got just closed. You want to bring it up again? We'll see you in a few minutes.
Hi everyone, we'll be starting in 5 minutes. Thank you.
I see the poll right now. For the folks that are on, can just spend 30 seconds to take that, please. Thank you.
Hello everyone and a very warm welcome to the Product Leadership Festival 2020. Before we get to a very amazing session tonight, I would like to welcome our host of the evening, Mr. Sai Satish Vedam. Sai is a senior faculty and an executive coach at Institute of Product Leadership. He was most recently the Director of Product Management at Oracle. Welcome, Sai. It's lovely to have you.
Well, thank you, Sonal. I'm so excited to host this session. It's something that I've been looking forward to for a few days now. And, before we get to the session detail and I introduce the speaker, I'd like to say a few things about the Leadership Festival itself, the Product Leadership Festival that's ongoing. For those of you who have joined us for this session, this would be new, but, we've had an incredible session before this on Data Science Manager. So Product Leadership Festival is a 5-day festival that is going on since April 28th, and today is the last day, where we spend about 2 hours each day focused on the theme for this is career insights in products, data, and design. And this instance of the festival is more focused on products. And this festival is run by Institute of Product Leadership, IPL. For those of you who are not aware of IPL, IPL is started in 2012 as India's first B school for technology managers to help them make career transformations into product leadership. So the Institute partners with universities, designs and delivers courses that help senior working professionals to make that transition from their current functional roles into product leadership roles. So there is an executive MBA program, which is an accredited program by UGC in India. There are short-term certification programs, which are blended programs. And there is also a digital program that got recently launched in product management, which provides guided learning and guided e-learning. And all these programs are experiential, hands-on learning. It is not going through some regular course curriculum frameworks, but taught by faculty who are practitioners, right? So industry practitioners are the people who take out their time from busy lives and also with a singular objective of creating 10,000 product leaders in this country, right? And so getting into the session today, I request all of you to post your questions to Ash on this topic in this particular LinkedIn thread. So there is a separate LinkedIn thread that's created for this conversation. There are some advantages for doing this. I'll request Ash whenever he gets time. He's a very busy person, but whenever he gets time, he could answer some of your questions in the LinkedIn thread. If you ask the questions in the chat box in Zoom, number one, it is transient. It will disappear once the session is over. Number two, there is a lot of chatter that goes on and it's hard to monitor, right? So I will be monitoring the questions. The team will be monitoring it. Those who ask for the best question and, when we answer that at the end of that session would get a gift, right? It would win a prize on that one. So take out your phone, scan that QR code. If you're unable to do that, the link for this will also be posted on the chat feed, if you will. So it is my privilege and pleasure to introduce all of you to Ash Maurya. Ash, if you're on, can you turn on your video? And great to see you.
Hello, everyone.
Good. So it's so nice to put a face to the name. And Ash needs no introduction to people in products, building products and product management, right? He is a well-recognized thought leader and very influential person in global startup space. He's very prolific in my view, and I've been influenced by Ash a lot, especially Ash with your first book, Running Lean. And I think something that had actually imprinted on me is life is too short to build something that nobody wants, right? I think that's so true. We spend so much time, energy, effort in trying to build products without pausing and asking that question. So, he's an author of 2 successful best-selling books, Running Lean and Scaling Lean, more recently. He's also creator of Lean Canvas, which is an amazing stack, if you will, a SaaS. And by the way, I think this is fascinating, Ash, we would like to hear from you. And I don't know if I'm interpreting this right. you seem to want to repurpose your work that you're creating in multiple forms, right? So you started off writing blogs and then converted that into books, and then started building SaaS product around that. And more recently, would love to hear what your new venture is. But you're also a pretty successful entrepreneur. So my first question is on that. Do you repurpose, or do you do that with the intent of repurposing? And which, if so, what is the thought process behind that? And the second one is, it took 6 years for the second book to come out. I've been, waiting for it. Now, 6 years is a pretty long term in our industry, as you know it, right? But just wanted to ask you if scaling lean has a lot more frameworks, a lot more, tools that people can use after product market fit, right? So over to you. Again, excited to have you on the call today.
Sure. And I also wanted to see if I could get permission to share my screen.
Sure. You can just go. I think you're co-host.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
So I'll throw that on there, and I'll start by answering the question. So thank you all for being here, and thank you, Sai, for the warm introduction. So going back to the question, yes. So I've been an entrepreneur many years, and my process was really not a master plan of writing books and doing what I'm doing now. I was trying to figure things out like everyone else. So my blog was the place where I started asking questions and holding myself accountable. So I was really sharing my stories of product development along the years. And that turned into an audience that accidentally turned into a book, Lean Canvas. So that's how I stumbled in. But as to the repurposing, I ran into a quote many years ago from Kathy Sierra, where she said, don't fall in love with X, fall in love with the user of X. So don't fall in love with your product, fall in love with the customers. And that was a eye-opening thing. Many years ago, if you asked me what I did, I would define myself by my product category. So I'm in software or I'm in services. But today, as you can see, I've written books, we build a SaaS product. We once considered even doing a board game. So when we think of helping the customer, in this case for us, entrepreneurs, innovators, the solutions are really not that relevant. We are kind of category agnostic, so we will build what it takes. So we have a mix of services and products, which to me is at the end all the same. So those that are familiar with kind of a jobs to be done type of thinking, that I found also a very empowering way of thinking. So there is ultimately trying to build a better innovator is the job, and how you do that is where the solution of the product comes in. And so having a multi-product mindset is helpful. So my process has been, start at product A, which was for me a blog. Maybe that turns into a book. Maybe it turns into tools. I run workshops. I test. So a lot of testing, a lot of continuous testing happens along the way, and that's how the products get better. So every product I build since the beginning has gone through that trajectory. As to the books, the first book very much was focused on the innovator that's trying to get a minimum viable product out. So what's that process of first product, not falling in love with solutions, but trying to find a path towards building what customers want. We'll get into some of those here today. The second book, though, was answering yet more questions. So once the first book got written, as is normal, more questions emerge. And the second book is a lot about this idea of traction, or this idea of communicating what is working. In the early stages, as we all know, very challenging to be profitable, very challenged to talk about ROI because you're really in the stage. And so the challenge there is, how do we really communicate our big ideas to investors and stakeholders? And that's what the Scaling Lean book was fundamentally all about.
Thank you.
Let me get
that. Yeah, thanks for answering that. Please get on. We can now move on to your presentation.
All right. So what I want to talk about today is set some context. So I know some of you might be familiar with maybe some of the work or the tools, but I feel that it's important to talk about what has fundamentally changed. So we're kind of living in this new world. The way we have built products has changed over the years. Some of you have lived through maybe some of these transitions. The first point I want to make is that we don't really change from one way of building products to the other simply because we get bored or some thought leaders come along. It's often in reaction to the way markets and customers behave. So just going back in time, and I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time, it's not a history class, but going back in time, a lot of the, 100 years ago, we were in this factory era. So it was all about manufacturing efficiencies, and unfair advantages came to those that could build products at the least cost. So it was essentially about profit and efficiency. As we moved into waterfall with the kind of the digital revolution, what began to happen was building products using this staged approach. And again, many of us have lived through this type of product development cycle, and it looks a lot like this. So we start off with requirements. There's a big middle where we go away trying to build, analyze, execute. So execution was the name of the game, and being able to manage a project from beginning to end was ultimately what differentiated good products from other products. This got challenged as we moved into the PC era because things started to move faster. It was no longer enough to go away for 2 years and then do a big software or big product launch. This started what eventually became Agile. So in the early 1990s, there were many frameworks popping up, extreme programming and others, and those got codified into what became Agile. And the name of the game there was managing change. So it was all about iterative development. And again, many of us have lived through that transition. So notice the stages don't really change. We still have to get requirements from customers. We still have to build, we still have to release, we still have to do market validation, but there are more touch points in Agile. Then the world changed again. So as we moved into the internet era, which we are now very much in, as we stopped building products and shipping them in boxes, and we're delivering services and a lot of things online, it became increasingly important to go even faster. So even now, cycle times, you look at some companies who do this at scale, they're continuously delivering, they're continuously deploying, lots of things are being tested. So that's kind of the new world that we're living in. And that sparked in the early 2009, 2010 timeframe, what eventually became the lean startup movement and what we are now calling this idea of continuous innovation. Yeah. So to contrast that, this is what that picture looks like. So again, the stages are the same, but notice that in the bottom, lean startup continuous is all squashed in. So speed of implementation or speed of learning is the new game here. Now, again, these transitions, as I said, happened not because some folks came in and said, that's what we need to do, but fundamentally customer behavior was changing, customer demand was changing. The other thing that's been happening is we are living in this global entrepreneurial renaissance. I have been traveling around the world for the last 10 years, and everywhere I go, I see startups popping up, and India is no different. And not just startups, but you're seeing this product renaissance where lots of people are moving into product development. This is an interesting number. So in 2018, I don't have the 2019 number, there were 100 million startups that popped up. That's a big, scary number. If we bring this down, that's 3 startups a second. So if I stop for 3 seconds, we've got another startup coming up. Now, I want to be very clear, these are not successful startups, but these are maybe 2-3 people coming around the kitchen table saying, let's do something, let's launch a product. And of course, what has enabled this is we have not equal access, but we have a flatter world, more equal access thanks to the internet, cloud computing, all the technologies we have in front of us, cheaper and faster to build products, launch a product from anywhere. So all these things are what has enabled this. Now, of course, when you've got these many ideas out there, it has a flip side. So we also see another thing happening, which is the pace of disruption has increased. So a lot of these companies, which were household names, many of these brands we knew, I grew up with many of these, are no longer with us. This has been happening, and the rate at which this is happening has been increasing. On the other spectrum, we find companies that are some of the more valuable companies on the stock market or in the product world. They think very differently. So they have this notion of continuously testing their ideas. So the way you find your next big idea is not through analysis, but through a lot of continuous testing. Now, when we saw lean startup kind of emerge in the early days, these were some of the startups that were that were poster startups that we were using as examples, Dropbox, Airbnb. Most of you should know who they are, you know, massive billion-dollar companies in a very short time frame. But what I want to also highlight is that the idea of continuous innovation, the idea of experimentation goes back even before that. So that's the other thing to realize, is that frameworks come into play, but they're often trying to codify what people are seeing happening already. So when Lean Startup came on the stage, we were using these examples. So companies like Amazon, companies like Facebook, they had been internalizing this notion of rapid experimentation. If you look at this code, at any given point in time, Facebook has probably 10,000 different versions running. They're running 10,000 A/B tests, you know, every single day, and they can do this because they have massive scale. So I don't want to scare everyone out there, because it will take time for others to get to the scale, but you don't have to. So the point of all of this, if we look at other examples, there are companies here that aren't maybe running 10,000 experiments a day, but they are still internalizing this idea of experimentation to finding what really works. And what is kind of interesting or empowering with leaders like that, both Jeff Bezos, Amazon, and a lot of the folks here, is that they're telling their product folks that we as leaders, you know, can set direction. We have a vision, we have goals, but we may not know what customers need. We may not know what to build. We have to discover that. So that's fundamentally what's different in a lot of this. So the common thread in all of these companies that I just showed you is that they are essentially internalizing this notion of speed of learning. So speed of learning has become the new unfair advantage. And speed is relative. So when I say go fast, I'm not saying go at Facebook scale. Even if you're a car company like Tesla, if you can launch a car, which they did in 2.5 years, compared to other car companies that take 10 years to launch, that's moving at light speed. And they also were a startup not too long ago. They came out of nowhere and they've made a lot of noise. So we'll have to see if they stick around, but they were able to come and think differently and really execute quite well. So that's a bit of the context of where we have been. What I want to spend the rest of the time doing is sharing with you some answers to this question. So Lean Startup, for many of you who have been following this, popped on the scene about 10 years ago. We're almost in the 10-year anniversary. But when we look around, we don't find this in common practice. A lot of people internalize the principles, understand the ideas, but we don't see this in common practice. And some of the reasons for this is essentially this picture right here, is that whenever we have shifted from one way to another way, we find some teams, usually the product teams, move forward, but others kind of lag behind. Business planning kind of still stays stuck in the old way. Those of you that practice Agile today probably know what I'm talking about. We really practice Wagile, waterfall disguised as Agile, where sometimes our stakeholders will say, you can iterate your way, but make sure you build these things by these timeframes. So that's essentially waterfall, but we can iterate our way towards those products. That doesn't work also well here, because a lot of continuous innovation, a lot of lean startup type thinking is fundamentally challenging our beliefs around the business model. And so we'll see some of the pitfalls here and some of the tools that are in place to start thinking that way. So I have been very much a practitioner myself. A lot of what got my attention in the early days were some of the core principles, a lot of the mindsets that were different, and I started to see products differently. I shared an example just earlier, don't fall in love with your solution, fall in love with your customers and their problems. That has changed the way I look at what I build. But there are many other such mindsets. And if you are trying to get good at this kind of thinking, a lot of people focus on the skills. They might pick up a lean canvas or pick up A/B testing. Those are all good, but you have to understand the why. So that's what this is trying to emphasize, is start with mindsets. Don't just use these tools. Understand why you're doing it, get your stakeholders involved, and then kind of level up, start building the skills, and then the playbooks will start to change. How you build products changes quite a bit. So I want to talk about some of the challenges, why the old way doesn't work, and why fundamentally there has to be some new thinking here. So many of you, I'm guessing, are in different stages. You're all kind of product leaders, but have maybe lived through this question. You've had an idea, promising new idea, but then you're asked to go and do the analysis. So show me the business case or the business plan, do the financial forecast, write the 18-month product roadmap. And nothing wrong with these things if we had lots of time to do analysis. But when you're moving really fast, it's not that people are lazy and don't want to do the work. It's that a lot of these things for new products are simply unknowable. So you don't really know who the markets are. You have to go in and discover that. But let's say you're determined, you go and do a lot of these, and maybe actually this is what happens. So there are a lot of folks who don't go through this process and their ideas never get selected because they either are too risky or they just aren't able to show evidence that this is going to work because we just don't know what we don't know in the beginning. But let's assume that you are determined, you go and do your business case, you go and do your business plan. The challenge we run into next is this execution mindset. And this again comes from the waterfall approach where we have got these elaborate forecasts and product roadmaps, and we are held accountable to them. So in 6 months, we better build things on time and on budget. The problem, of course, is that when we launch, if what we build is not what customers want, it goes back to the life's too short to build what nobody wants, then that isn't really progress in my book. All we have proven is that we have built something nobody wants on time and on budget. So we want to kind of avoid this trap. And this is where we just blindly get into the execution mindset. And we'll talk about some counter ways to overcome this. The last challenge we run into is the big idea challenge. So when we are trying to find big ideas, companies will usually try to do a lot of analysis up front and put their investments in a few ideas at a time. And the problem with that is that we then invest only in the safe ideas, the one that seem most promising. But if you look at every one of these unicorn startups, every one of these big ideas, they all sound crazy at first. Even in the Amazon example, as big as they are, when Jeff Bezos was launching AWS, which we all know and love, a lot of his own stakeholders, his own shareholders said, what are you doing? You know, you are in the book business, you are in the retail business. Why should you be going into these Amazon Web Services? And they did that, and that's a multi-billion-dollar business unit in the company. So for every one of those, of course, there are ideas that didn't go anywhere in Amazon, and they do this all the time. But as Jeff Bezos says, when you're kind of hitting, you've got to hit for the fences. You know, some ideas will go out of the ballpark, and some of them will not. But you have to be hitting for the fences. So let's kind of see. So the message here is that some of these old approaches of tools weren't really built for speed. And it comes down to basically this problem here is when you're dealing with a lot of speed, when there's a lot of uncertainty in the new products you're trying to launch, when there's lots of competition, we need more dynamic thinking. We need more adaptive thinking, more evolutionary type of thinking than static plans and execution. So that's what I want to kind of build up here next. Traditionally, when we have been asked to do business planning or business case planning, that's kind of an old world tool, and it did have its place. So of course, it worked in a time when there wasn't a lot of competition, where you could afford to spend 6 months doing analysis, another 6 months to 9 months building and launching a product. And even if release 1.0 was not quite up to par, where would the customers go? You had this relationship with your customers, you could go and improve on that. So customers had a lot of loyalty to you because they had built this relationship with you. Today, the world is very different. And it's not just in B2C, we see this in B2B as well. When you look at typical enterprise software, there's a lot of SaaS alternatives and people are picking and choosing, and the loyalty is very fickle. So if your product starts to fall behind, there's another 20, 30 options to pick from. Yeah. And so it's become a lot more competitive. And so we have to embrace this idea of speed. Now, the way that we do this is not through the elaborate business planning, but rather this notion of the business model. So Sai mentioned the lean canvas, but that's one of the tools here. It's not the only model out there, but it's one of the tools to deconstruct one's idea. So some planning is always required. You can't just go out there and build something without knowing what you want to do. If you were building a house, you have to have some kind of a sketch or blueprint. So this is where a tool like this comes in play. If you've never seen the lean canvas, you can quickly scan this, and a lot of the boxes should be familiar. This is a one-page tool that you can use to tell the story of your idea. So who is the customer? What's their problem? What are they using today? Why is that not up to par? What solution might you build? What value proposition would you lead with? So it starts to ask a bunch of questions. And it's a bit like a jigsaw puzzle. You start with one, you can start with any box. We recommend starting with not your solution, although a lot of innovators do that, but start with what, who would use your solution, what problems are you really solving, and then look for evidence of that. If you aren't really solving a problem for your customer, you have bigger problems. So that's kind of how we use this tool to do that kind of discovery work. So this is a one-page kind of model that helps you going. And this maybe is the first mindset. I used to be a technical, engineer, software engineer. So definitely I always placed a lot of emphasis on the solution. I loved all my solutions. They all seemed amazing in the beginning. But one of the mindsets over the years was not falling in love just with the solution. Solutions are important, but you have to think of the business model fundamentally as a product. Now, when you are, this in itself, I know a lot of folks here are product folks, so this will resonate. If you are building a very hard technical product, you don't start with the easiest things. The easiest things you can do anytime. Good project management tells us we should start with the riskier assumptions first. If you think of the business model as a product, that's the next principle here. Don't start with the easiest things like building what you can build, because technical feasibility, if it's proven, you don't have to prove it out again. The bigger challenge here is maybe market feasibility or customer desirability. So those are the things we want to do. So the second principle here is start with not what's easiest, but what's riskiest. And it goes back to this point that we oftentimes, because we fall in love with our solutions, we spend needless time, money, and effort building the wrong product. And we can just reverse this. So rather than starting with solution, if you start with some of the other boxes, that's where we have a much better chance of success. Now, I call this the innovator's bias. It's a very common condition. We all have it. Anyone who loves product loves their solution box, but you have to subject that to a question. You have to ask yourself, let me go, before I invest 6 months, 9 months, a year of my life building this, let's go and do some discovery work. Let's go and see, is there evidence for customers struggling with some problem that my solution can address? So we want to avoid the build and then figure out, does this work? We can actually, with a lot of techniques we have developed over the years, do a lot of desirability testing, interest-based testing, and sell before you build. So think of any product that you're building. We normally would build it, demo it, and then sell it. What if you flip that around? What if we instead build a demo, not the full product, sell that demo, because that's typically how the sales process works. If nobody buys the demo, why even build this product? So it sounds very commonsensical, but up until now, we have always thought technical feasibility was the biggest risk. But what we are learning is that today we are gotten very good at building products. It's more about market and customer feasibility and viability than technical. So the risks have kind of changed. So this is the second meta principle. So don't start with what's easiest, start with what's riskiest. And then the last part over here is this idea of still testing your risky assumptions. Just because you and I think that something is risky doesn't necessarily mean that we can think our way out of that risk. We have to, again, experiment and test. This is where the lean startup kind of thinking really shines. Those of you that have seen this, this is the experiment loop, or the build, measure, learn loop. So rather than building lots of things, we can build a little bit of things and test them along the way. So that's where the iteration comes in. So involving customers. And again, in Agile, we do some of this, but we sometimes don't go far enough. We appoint product owners in a company, and the product owners play the role of the customer. But if they bring their biases in and they speak for the customer, that's not truly the customer voice. And even when we do customer validation, we oftentimes don't want to just measure what customers are saying, but rather what they're doing. A lot of customers will say, love your product, go build it. Sometimes that's a leading type of bias. It's essentially how you ask the question gives you the wrong kind of confirmation bias answer. The only true test is when you launch something, put it in their hands. Adoption or usage is how we really test whether something indeed is working. So this code kind of sums it all, is that in God we trust, all others bring data. And I know that this is a data conference, so that should be kind of something that you all already subscribe to. But this is where the truth lies. So we have to really look for data in all of these, and that helps us in making evidence-based decisions. Now, there is place for qualitative learning. So the thing with data is that data tells us verification-wise what has worked. And the qualitative helps us with sometimes the insights, like why has this worked? So I'm not saying just do one or the other. We kind of have to do both qualitative and quantitative type of experimentation, of learning. But this essentially is the one-page kind of summary of what this method looks like. It's very much inspired by the scientific method. So much like a scientist, when we are trying to study something very difficult, we don't rush to run just experiments. We start with models. We use the models to make predictions. From those predictions, we can then see if our thinking was accurate. And if it wasn't, it's not really the fault of the experiment. It's really our thinking. So we can adjust that. And this is what we would call a sprint or a lean sprint, this cycle from left to right. And if you can do this pretty quickly, that's where the speed of learning kind of lives, where the speed of learning comes. So companies like Facebook at scale are doing this very, very quickly, multiple times a day. But even if you did a 2-week or 3-week sprint, where rather than building a product and then waiting to see does it really work, if you can increase your learning loops from customers, not from folks inside the company, but really going down to the customer level, the insights you get allow you to course correct and get your product on track. So this is, again, the summary. I want to cover maybe just a few more pieces here, and then we can kind of open up for questions. Yeah. This was the second problem that I kind of raised, which was the execution mindset. So again, in the old world, we would build a plan and then measure it based on outputs. You know, are we building on time, on budget? We'd use metrics like build velocity. In this new world kind of thinking, we have to look at outcomes. We have to look not just at what we have built, but what have we built, measured, and learned, and how do we learn that? The only true test we talked about was data, and the kind of data we're really looking for needs to be customer engagement type of data. So traction is ultimately the metric that matters, and being able to measure traction and communicate traction, even in the early scales, becomes very key. So companies like Facebook were able to convince their investors in very early days that they were onto something. Not because they had millions of users, they only had 100,000 active users, but they could show data on how those 100,000 active users were behaving at twice the performance of their closest competitors. And so that kind of leading indicator can now show your investors, show your stakeholders that you are indeed onto something, that you have hit an inflection point, you are building things that are outperforming other products out there, and then they can invest, they can double down on those early signals for your idea. So traction, again, is what we use to communicate leading indicators for profit and those financial metrics I was talking about. So in the early stages, we don't have profit, we don't have, we are all kind of net negative in terms of spend. So we have to communicate something else, and traction is essentially that answer. So that's how we would kind of generally look at that. Traction, as you can see, will vary depending on stage. We can break the product journey into 3 big stages. Problem solution fit is a lot about finding evidence of problems worth solving. And that's when it seemingly feels like nothing is happening, but this is where we are prioritizing which problems to go after, which markets to go after, looking for evidence of problems, big problems worth solving before jumping all in. So we kind of traditional requirements gathering, but it's doing there's some newer techniques, customer interviewing techniques, testing techniques where we can test for these types of things. Product market fit is where we build and launch our product. And this is where we are iterating. This is where we kind of have the most fun, because we are kind of iterating our way towards a product that starts to work well enough in the market. And then the scaling engine fit comes in. And this is where we start looking for engines of growth, and we are starting to kind of scale that business model. Now, if you kind of internalize these 3 steps, and we talk about testing lots of ideas, not a few ideas, I'm going to bring it all together with this idea or concept of the funnel. So the idea funnel is a powerful one, is that when you are testing, traditionally, we have tried to do a lot of analysis to find the best ideas to invest in and make a few big bets. In this new world, we have to make many small bets. So it's not about investing in ideas that are perfect, because we don't yet know what perfect is. And some of these ideas will not get very far. So the solutions to this kind of thinking is thinking of an idea funnel. Now, this sounds very simple, but it does require your stakeholders to kind of redefine what success means. There are companies like Google, now that they're Alphabet, They talk about moonshots. They give bonuses if you can walk into a room and disprove an idea. So if you're working on a project, they were working on this hot air balloon, and one of the engineers came in and said this would never work. And he went on the whiteboard and in 30 minutes proved that it would never work. And everyone agreed. And so they shut down the project and he got a bonus check, right? So that's actually saving the resources of the whole team, but that requires different kind of thinking. Like in our world, the old world, we generally think if you go and try to kill a project, you're not being a team player. But this is a kind of a different mindset for these kinds of projects. And what we're trying to avoid is essentially this trap, is that today, very easy to generate ideas. The bigger problem is which ideas do we really pick? We pick the safer ones, but the safer ones are not the ones that have these breakthrough insights. So this is kind of the slide that will show you kind of all these pieces coming together. So this might be what a continuous innovation funnel looks like. It's broken into the stages I talked about. So there's some business model design where we are using tools like the canvas to tell the story of our business. We then break the product launch not into a 2-year cycle, but maybe 3-month cycles or 6-month cycles. Those will vary in the kind of product you're building, but we are looking at evolution of ideas. We're using traction as the measure of progress, and we're creating some clear stages. So if we don't get traction, why should we build this? If we get evidence that customers don't want this, let's build something else instead. And in the early stages, it's really more about people and thinking than ideas. So it's not so much about trying to find the perfect idea, but really instill the right thinking processes. If you can come up with some big, bold ideas and you can invalidate them, that's actually healthy. That's actually healthy for finding the right products in the long run. So kind of in summary, I want to kind of share this because I know we've got a mix maybe of big companies, small companies, and maybe startups in the audience. But I like to share this for the big companies out there. And of course, the startups have generally more speed. They have less constraints. But in theory, if we think of this, a big company should never fail against a startup because they have all the resources. They have access to customers. The reason that startups struggle is that they struggle with channels. They find it hard to get in front of customers and do a lot of this kind of learning. But the reason that larger companies struggle is that they often build a lot of barriers to talking to their own customers. And I call this the curse of specialization. We will sometimes bring in folks who are talking to our customers, and yes, we might get the learning, but by the time it comes to the people building the products, we kind of have the elephant whisper happening and it gets very morphed and garbled along the way. Now, I know that product management, product leadership is a new kind of field. And to me, I find that kind of very inspiring. You are the folks who can help in creating this kind of change. It's bringing the true voice of the customer, internalizing kind of metrics and qualitative learning, tools like the one we talked about, questioning even your own assumptions and challenging your own teams to test those assumptions. It can be done. It is not easy, and that's just why products are hard. They're simple ideas, but simple doesn't mean easy. There is going to be comfort zones that will be crossed. Not everyone is comfortable doing these kinds of things. You going in front of your team and saying, I believe customers want this instead of I know customers want this. That subtle language changes kind of the scientific mindset versus one who is telling, kind of leading teams into a direction that they think they are absolutely certain about. So it is going to be a bit different. This is a picture of what Agile looked like in the early days. I was one of these engineers here who got pulled out of my comfortable cubicles and was asked to go into a war room like this one. Very uncomfortable. In the beginning, I thought I was being micromanaged. I was being asked to, be in this fishbowl and talk and do stand-ups every day. It seemed very weird, but we all practiced this. We all got over it. Same thing today. When you leave at 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. in the morning to go talk to a customer, that doesn't feel like work today, but this is where you get the biggest kinds of insights. So this is kind of the new uncomfortable loop. So it's the feedback loop that we can build with customers that will lead to kind of these big insights in our products. So that's kind of, I wanted to give you a big picture view of what the process was and some of these mindsets, and happy to open up to questions that you might have.
Yep, absolutely. I think, very succinct, to the point, very prescriptive way of thinking about these things, Ash, very typical of you and your work that we've seen. And I think, to the point that you mentioned about large enterprises, and I think large companies have, are now much more open in adopting the lean principles and lean methodologies within smaller teams, compared to where it was 2-3 years ago. And I went through this transformation within my own team in the previous organization. So it is not anymore. I mean, earlier it used to take a lot of evangelizing, but many people now realize that this is a better way. This is a less risky way to do that. But there are a lot of questions on the thread, so I'll get to that. But before that, you made a statement which I thought I will ask the team to create a quick poll, a little bit provocative, and to see how the audience responds to that, just to get a sense of what they think about the statement that you made, and see, and also would let you comment on or give some examples of how this is even possible, right? Yeah. Many people, especially not in the product management world and not in the lean and iterative approach, and especially focusing on experiments, taking it to the customer and getting it done, can believe this, that you can actually get a paying customer without even having a product, right? Sure. So I'm glad the audience here agrees that it is possible. But if you have 1 or 2 examples, then it'll illuminate.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I guess we can see that, there's 70% of you saying absolutely companies do this all the time. Yeah. And first of all, if we just break this down to even the sales process, like if you are building a big product, the sales process often starts with a demo. So you actually the customer doesn't get to use a product before they buy. They look at a demo, they need proof that this works. So you have to lead with what we call an offer. So an offer is essentially your value proposition. It's a demo, and then it's usually pricing. Yeah. And if all that checks out, they might then do a pilot and those types of things. So the mindset here is that you can start by doing that kind of offer testing with platforms like on the B2C side, with platforms like Kickstarter and crowdfunding. We see a lot of that happening. So that already happens where people are willingly buying before something is built and even funding that. But even in B2B sales, we see this a lot, is that you can, in the process of selling a product, really understand customer needs, really then even further come back to them and say, what we demoed you, maybe not the right thing. Can we build a dialogue with you and figure out the right product to build? So it happens all the time. We've had people go in and build things just with mock-ups and screenshots, define the product they need to build, get customer commitment, letters of intent, even advance payment, and then go off and build that rather quickly. Yeah. You do have to pick the right early adopters, because your big tier 1 customers may not be engaging you that way. So you have to start with different types of customers, but very much possible.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think so. I was just going through the set of questions that are there, and there is a pattern here, and this resonates with what happens even in the context of some of the IPL programs, right? So in one of the IPL program, there is a concept called product labs, right? Which is essentially the participants pick their business idea, sketch out a business model, right? Whether using a lean canvas or the BMC, the business model canvas, and then pick each of the box and get out of the building, create experiments and test them, right? So first of all, it's a very uncomfortable situation for a lot of people, because majority of the folks, and even on this audience, I would presume that they come from big multinational companies, big enterprises, right? So the notion that you forget about solution for a minute, right? Focus on your customer, focus on the problem. Is the problem real? Is the problem urgent? All of that, which means go and gather evidence, is kind of jarring and also counterintuitive, right? So, and of course, they go through this process for all the boxes, most of the boxes, right? So which is a fascinating, revealing exercise to oneself, saying that I thought this idea is awesome, but then I don't see evidence of somebody wanting this, right? And that's very important. And to your articulation, not only now, but in your books, that, reduce the risk upfront before you build that. Now, the question is around, how can we take this approach in, number one, in large enterprises, right? Now, isn't that got to do with the culture of the organization, right? Yep. The second one is, can this be applied to all products in all stages of life cycle, including maturity, or only during the early stages of life cycle? I think these two is always coming up, right? And of course, while we discuss this in the context of the program and the product labs that you, we'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. So I'll go back to this slide because I'll come back to the point below on some solutions for overcoming the talking to customers part. But I'll start with the stage. So we find the early adopters in large enterprises to be more of the emerging products, simply because one of the challenges here is habit change. If you have an established product, there's a lot of reputation, brand, systems are in place. To go there and shake things up there's just more inertia in doing that. So we need to get stakeholders on board. They have to buy into this funnel type of thinking, which is instead of giving big budgets, year-long budgets, go and analyze and build, let's do some of this kind of innovation lab stuff, like you were saying, product lab type of thinking. So we have to get stakeholders involved. That usually is step one. Step number two, I find when I go into big companies, is I actually tell them, let's go and find these new revenue sources, these emerging ideas that are very risky. Nobody wants to touch them because those ones are the ones where there's a lot of uncertainty, where this process really shines. If I go and challenge, if I try to cannibalize an existing product, I'm not going to create friends, I'm going to create enemies. Because again, a large organization has antibodies, we fight, we try to preserve status quo, we preserve the business model, rightly so. And so you kind of get a lot of internal politics, departments get into rivalries and things. So I actually say, leave us alone and let's go and find new markets. So that usually is where you can prove this working. And then gradually, so in the Horizon model, McKinsey came up with this model of Horizon 1, 2, 3. The concept there is look for those emerging, uncertain ideas. You can test this stuff working there. And if the company starts to then see some benefits, the culture can start to change gradually. You can then migrate into kind of the other stages here. I did want to go back to this. So we did do a project with Cisco, and this is the slide I led with. And this was actually, I got brought in because there was an entrepreneurial team of 2 that went in and built this product without permission. They got an early adopter customer to use it, broke some rules, and got a bit, big scolding because they didn't ask for permission. They kind of asked for forgiveness, which a lot of entrepreneurs do. But Cisco said, why are you guys doing this? We should build the culture. Like, we actually want more people to do what you did, but not behind backs of managers. We should do this openly. And so we kind of dug in deeper. And what we found is that there were a lot of these hurdles. If you're an engineer, how do you even talk to customers? If you ask a salesperson to help you, they protect their accounts. It's like, why do you want to talk to this customer? They're my customer. So you get a lot of this kind of stuff happening. Legal, if you want to install something on premises, you have to go through 20-page NDAs, mutual NDAs, all these legal documents to happen. Engineers can't do that. So you can't just pick up the phone and rapidly test. But what in credit of Cisco, what they did is they took a lot of this and they went back and they found, for these types of projects, can we go to sales and get a short list of early adopters of customers who can be on our advisory board, where we already have quick, mutual NDAs for how we can work on risky ideas. Those are ways that larger companies can make legal a lot faster. They can make finding customers a lot faster for the engineers and designers, so that they can do that kind of rapid testing. Create sandbox environments, a lot of things that can be done with your best early adopter customers, where you can allow product folks to go out there and really do rapid testing.
Great. So just to summarize, 2 things are required in a large enterprise setup, right? One is evangelizing, which is, either you, which is individuals, need to have the requisite understanding of this methodology, the benefits of it, articulate that to the leadership teams or sponsors or anything to help them see the benefit of it. Number 1, which is a continuous process, right? Which also requires the individuals themselves to understand the skill better and also communicate that. Second thing is, this is a pretty, I think, very insightful one, which is identify new revenue streams that are inherently deemed as risky by the existing stakeholders. And so there is less resistance to let that be subjected to this experimentation. And so you can then go and do the experiments and also bring in some early adopter customers through the existing channel or sales under a very protective construct, right? So these are 2 things that you're suggesting. Excellent. one more question that I would pick is, I think from an industry perspective, right? So while this methodology and approach seems pretty well tuned to digital products or software products, how about, does this even apply to industries like automotive or aerospace or healthcare, right? Saumya is asking this question. So
sure. Yeah, so in the early days, I came from a digital background, and I used to tell people that, yes, you can move really fast, but in these other products, the principles are the same. Tactics are sometimes different, and cycle times can be a bit different. At the same time, if you look at the first few stages here, that's why I went to the funnel picture, but business model design and problem solution fit. In problem solution fit, we aren't really testing or building the feasibility of the product. We aren't really building. We're trying to see, can we even go in and convince a customer with the demo that this is worth doing? That's precisely what Tesla did. So I'll use that example. So Tesla is a car company. When Elon Musk took the stage, he led with a big value proposition, which is, we as a company want to build an all affordable electric car. Are you interested? And they got lots of interest. Lots of people said, yes, we'd want to buy it. He showed mock-ups and people said, yes, we'll buy it. He said, if you want this car, he put up a picture of their Roadster, which was the first car, started taking pre-orders, right? Those were all examples of things. Now, behind the scenes, he had to work with his team to make sure that we can indeed launch this. So my point with that is that even though the launch in their case was 2 years later, a lot of that early phase of problem solution fit can really be done with any kind of product. It doesn't have to be digital. It could be physical. I mean, if we take this to the extreme, you've got both, Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, they're selling tickets to Mars. I mean, you can buy a ticket to go to space, right? Yeah. So they have these one day that's going to be sold. So you can sell that upfront and prove that there is really a market for your product. What will change is, again, the cycle time once you launch. And then this is where sometimes you get a bit more innovative. So if you look at a company like Tesla as well, when they launched their cars, they really launched a computer with hardware on top of it. So they can really do a lot of tracking data. They're getting lots of data. They can change up the car. So the feature sets change and they can cater to the customer needs. So you have to build this culture of continuous innovation.
Awesome.
Yep.
So one final question, and I really request you, later to go through the feed and just quickly respond. But we'll take one more here. Smita asks, what are the most common mistakes while implementing Lean?
So I guess the most common one, and this is where, you mentioned kind of 2 books and the cycle time between them. I usually publish my books in my blogs first, but one of the topics that we are talking a lot about is even teams that think they are starting with customers and problems, we sometimes trick ourselves. I call it the hammer problem. Instead of asking what markets should we go into, what customer problems should we solve, we instead say, I want to build this hammer. Who will use my hammer and what problems does the hammer solve? So that's the hammer problem. And this was where we oftentimes will lead with sometimes a technology. We might say blockchain, IoT, whatever is out there, what can I do with this? And that's a bit of a challenge. It's not necessarily a mistake, but it's where we, again, put our biases and we think there's problem solving happening, but we have to be a bit more objective in that kind of testing. So I find that a lot of teams will cherry pick aspects of the framework, but we as humans are riddled with biases. We have lots of cognitive biases. If you look on Wikipedia, some 150 or 200 of them out there. Yeah. So just be aware that it's very easy to fool yourself, as Richard Feynman said, but we have to be careful not to do that. So that's where we find a lot of people tripping. So in the coaching that we do, a lot of it is really just pointing those out to people. And once they know they are tripping, they start thinking a bit differently. So
very good. Very good. Thank you so much. I think this has been a most insightful conversation. And where can people find you if they want to reach out to you? Twitter, or what's the best way to reach out? And also, I'm sure the website Lean Stack has lots of resources for people to go and understand this better, right?
Sure.
So,
yeah. So I kind of put that on the page there. Down below is my email, and then that's my Twitter and LinkedIn kind of handle. So feel free to connect with me. So Twitter is definitely where I spend some time, but LinkedIn more so recently. And then Lean Stack is where you find a lot of these tools online along with some content. So you can definitely if I piqued your interest, go ahead and check that out. There are a lot of resources there to use.
Awesome. Again, thank you so much, Ash, for joining us on this. And this is the final. Just before we close the session, I'd like to make a simple announcement. I think we promised in the beginning that we're going to look at the questions and see who's got the best one. And just to announce, give me a second while I share the screen.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess, the Smita who asked that question, especially around the, what are the most common mistakes, gets the award for the best question. So her gift is on the way. And, thank you again, all of you, for joining. I know it's late, Saturday evening, 9 p.m. So hopefully we didn't interrupt your dinner. And, thanks again. And we'll meet in the next iteration of this conference, more focused on data. This one was more focused on the products. We'll take on the product. Thank you so much, Ash, and hope to see you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. And folks, before you drop off, please take 30 seconds to give a really quick feedback on the session so that we can improve these better.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Sai.
Thank you, Sonal. And good night, all of you. Take care. Stay safe.
Thank you for joining us, everyone. Good night.